Nananom, from the residency, the regional minister, who is very much present, the media, students, identifiable groups, our disabled brothers and sisters, all protocol duly observed. Good morning once again. Right, so it's the 10 of Cape Coast, and as you've noticed, Ghana is having its constitution being reviewed, and in a democratically elected country, it is important that you and I are involved. That is why this morning we are graced to have members of the Constitution Review Committee here in our presence. They are here to hear you out. They are here to hear your thoughts. They are here to hear your reviews. They are here to know all you want to be included in the Constitution's review. And before we do an open, I would gladly want to invite Reverend Kwame Entries from the local Council of Churches to give us an opening prayer, a very short one, of course.
Shall we be upstanding as we have a word of prayer? Almighty Father, we are so grateful to see today. We are so blessed to have this wonderful day you have given to us, Lord. Indeed, this is the day you have made for us, and we have every cause to rejoice in the name of the country Ghana. Father, as we come to deliberate, as we come to review our constitution, we ask for wisdom, we ask for insight, we ask for knowledge. We pray that, Father, as we gather from different groups and organizations, you will direct us and grant us the right path to choose for the country Ghana. We thank you for our facilitators. We thank you for traveling mercies and everything. Into your hands we commit everything. Spirit of God, have your way. Grant us success in these deliberations. In the name of Jesus, we have prayed. Amen.
Right, so this will be followed by the Muslim prayer from the regional chief imam, Alhaji Rashid Idi Tijani.
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم اللهم مالك الملك تؤتي الملك من تشاء وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء ونسألك اللهم أن تكون لنا وليا في أمرنا هذا سبحان ربك رب العزة أما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
Amen. So let me quickly introduce you to the 8-member committee set up by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama. If you recall, on the 30th of January, in the early month of the year, the President instituted this committee to supersede reviewing the 1992 Constitution. And of course, this morning, gracing us as the chairman, and please give us a wave, Professor Henry Kwesi Prempeh. We also have in our midst the member and secretary, Dr. Reina Akumperiga. Justice Sophia O.A. Dinyira, the beautiful one. Also, Dr. A.C.E. Ansa in our midst. Professor Kwame Kakari is a member of the committee. And Dr. Godwin Jokoto, also a member. Amazing. This morning, it will be good to hear a welcome speech, a brief one from the regional minister who is in our midst. And so we would invite the regional minister to come and say hello because we are in your region. So a glad and a warm applause for the minister, Eko Penyin Edumwa Ochiri.
Thanks so much, MC. I can make it shorter than you expected. I know we have a lot of work to do. Good morning, man. I am happy to be part of this occasion, historic one on Constitution. Today, we are talking about, first and foremost, I welcome you all to Central Region. I didn't want to waste your time because Central, that you've been a student, you've heard about the fort, you've heard about the castle, that is the way I want us to go. We are talking about Constitution, and it is something that is going to go ahead of us, that as we reflect and try to rebuild our becoming, we'll be handling that. In fact, we need to also look at a constitution that will be very clear in its interpretation. It might not be a constitution where even where statements are very clear, it should be the Supreme Court that must interpret certain things. Let it be very clear. And so if at the Supreme Court we are not getting the right interpretation, people will be clear in their minds that this is exactly what we wanted. Let's also think about constitution that will take care of our policy guidelines, something like education, agriculture, and other things. There should be an element in this constitution where certain raw materials should not be exported in its raw state. Apart from cocoa, now these days, even rubber, we are transporting rubber in its raw state. And I think that is something that if you are making contribution, just look around that. Education, opportunity to talk about education. Let's place more emphasis on skills training, because that is the only way this country can move forward. Thank you very much, and I wish you well as you deliberate to ensure that we have a strong constitution that will stand the test of time. Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, I would love you to know that in this room you have the clergy, you have traditional authorities, institutions, the security is well represented, NGOs, and the business sector. Again, Nananum are here. Tipo Amanfo, the 8th. Abra Obatan. Nana Ansafo, the 8th is here. Nana Bimpon Otu, the 4th. Nana Apia Sebo, the 9th. Nana Owusu Koko, the 2nd. And Nana Ma Nyakwa, the 3rd. We also have the Central Regional Chairman of the Council of Elders of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's also the Central Regional Chairman of the Council of Elders for the Ghana Union Traders Association, GUTA. Right, so, Mr. Chairman, on that note, I'll allow you to do your opening remarks.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Regional Minister, Ahemfo na nananuma weshiem oha. Heads of departments and institutions in the region, clergy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, compatriots, good morning and welcome to this, the Cape Coast edition of the committee, the Constitution Review Committee's zonal public engagements. As both the regional minister and our moderator have mentioned, the task of this committee, as given us by His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama, early this year, is to bring to finality a process that was commenced in 2010 by the late President John Evans Atta Mills. In 2010, a Constitution Review Commission was established for the purpose of gathering the views, the opinions of Ghanaians and factoring those views into a review of the Constitution. That process resulted in a document, about roughly 1,000-page document, detailing a number of recommendations and proposals for Constitution review. Needless to say, we did not and have not since experienced any review of the Constitution pursuant to that document. In 2023, 2024, some members of the last government also initiated a process to try and pursue the same project. This resulted in another document by a Constitution Review Consultative Committee, which was handed over to the former president, Nana Akufo-Addo, before he left office. Those two documents form part of the primary documents for this committee's work. And our task is to review those documents and then go back to the people of Ghana and get their views again and ideas so that finally we can bring to an end this cycle of constitution reviews that was begun in 2010. And in fact, since the report was delivered in 2011, a number of significant developments have happened in the country, such that I believe even if the 2010 document had been implemented at the time, we may well be asking, in light of the experiences we have had since 2011, we may well be asking for another review of the Constitution. Let me just highlight some of the experiences we have had since 2010, 2011, which I think should inform this current exercise. You may recall that in 2011, in 2010, when the committee was established, we had never experienced the death in office of a president, of a sitting president. That has happened. So it has tested at least a certain provision of the Constitution around succession in the presidency. We have since had 2 presidential election petitions. So we've also been able to test those provisions related to elections that go into dispute and that end up in court. We have had a hung parliament where the party that is in control of the executive nearly lost control of the parliament, or the numbers were evenly divided, with the opposition party electing the speaker. That's an unusual experience. We have also suffered sovereign default for the first time. We were not able as a country to pay our debts as they fell due, and we had to go into, if it was a company, we would say bankruptcy of some sort. Citizens suffered some haircuts as a result. The problem of Galamsey has assumed much more troubling dimensions, just to put it mildly. We have had by-elections that have gone bad in the sense of a certain scale of violence than we're usually used to. Some of our elections have turned violent. We have suffered casualties in elections. And last but not least, a new social media generation has come of age, and who have taken notice of all of these developments and have found their voices. So when you put all of these together, I think that the case for restarting this process and bringing it to finality is a case that I think can be very strongly made. Since we were established, we have undertaken a number of steps to execute our mandate. We began our public consultations in Accra with a series of thematic stakeholder engagements. So we divided the Constitution up into, the Constitution is roughly 26 or so chapters. We divided them up into various thematic areas and then engaged the institutions, the office holders, the experts, and others who work in these various, on these various thematic areas. So on land and natural resources, for example, we would invite the various players in the industry. We would invite the various government institutions. We would invite those who study in this area, have written about it, those who have practiced in the area, and we would meet them. We've had a series of such meetings over roughly a 2-month period, ranging from lands and natural resources to local government and decentralization, to political parties, to independent constitutional bodies, to the Council of State, to anti-corruption, public finance, all of these. Then once we were done with the thematic stakeholder engagement, we also wanted to get the views of Ghanaians based on certain special identifiable groups. So we met with academia and professional bodies. We had meetings with private sector and organized labor. We had meetings with the media. We had meetings with the faith community, the clergy, one of our most interesting meetings in Accra, from a diverse spectrum of the faith community. And we will, next week, we have scheduled a meeting with the National House of Chiefs in Kumasi, and then we shall be meeting the Council of State, the current Council of State, in early August. The third category of engagements we've had has been with persons we describe as eminent persons. These are individuals who have occupied certain high positions within our constitutional system, and therefore who we think have exceptional experience, expertise, insights that they would like to share with us for this exercise. So in that category, we have met with the sitting president, President John Dramani Mahama. We have met with President John Ejikun Kufuor. We have met with President Nana Akufo-Addo. We have met with Vice President Bawumia. We have met with former Speaker Michael Quay. We have met with the current Speaker, Bagbin. We have met with former Chief Justice Sophia Kufu. Met with Nana Dr. SKB Asante, who was instrumental in the making of this constitution. So those individuals who have held high office and have operated this constitution at a very high level, so that we will get their views. Then the fourth category are what we call the zonal public engagements. This constitution, as we well know, was adopted through a referendum in 1992. So I think it only makes sense that if you are going to review or amend it, that you first go back to the people again. So we've been traveling the country since the end of May, soliciting the opinions and views and the experiences and insights from Ghanaians in their various local communities. We started in Bolgatanga, then went on to Tamale, to Wa, been to Koforidia, to Ho, and we're here today. We'll be in Takrady on Thursday, we'll be in Sunyani the week after, and Kumasi that same week, and then conclude with a meeting with the National House of Chiefs before we head back to Accra. So this is what we've been doing since the early days of February. We, in our public engagements, this is the format. The conversation is open-ended. There are no boundaries. The only boundaries are boundaries of etiquette and courtesy. In terms of the substance of the matter, everything is on the table. As long as you think that there is a problem in the country, in the way the country is governed, in the way power is used, in the way development is being pursued, that you think can be solved by some changes being made in the Constitution, you are free to make your voice heard on the matter. You don't have to know any specific provision of the Constitution. You can just say, you think that the way we do this, we do that, it's not good, and maybe we should change it or we should do it this way. If it is something we can do through the Constitution, we will respond or we will have a conversation about it. Remember that the Constitution is only the supreme law of the land, it's not the only law of the land. So maybe there are other ways to achieve what it is that you are proposing. If it's not in the Constitution, we don't think that's the right vehicle for it, we will advise so. Then if you think the Constitution itself is a problem, a part of the Constitution you don't think is working, you don't like, how we elect somebody, how we do by-elections, how we elect MMDC, whatever it is, you are free again to propose a solution. What I'm trying to suggest is that our approach is to solve problems. So it's a problem-solving exercise. We are not trying to change grammar and improve grammar for grammar's sake. We want to review a constitution so that we can introduce new things that solve difficult problems for the country and therefore enhance the governance and development of the country. So these are the ground rules, fairly simple, and the moderator will organize the audience in a way that facilitates the conversation. Usually we get a few people to line up in the aisle, and then they come in turn, you get your mic, you air your view, and then we do a round of such contributions. Then we break for a response, and then we come back until we exhaust the time that is allotted us. We are expecting that we should be done by 3:30, 3 o'clock, 3:30, since we started 30 minutes late. But those are the remarks that I have. Moderator, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me break the existing protocol and speak a little bit of fancy. Yabafie, in the Nyame Nadum Constitution Review Committee, Waba Cape Coast. Now, Wabe Mami now, the Mabri, Onye Guayuncote, Walk on Cran, Wako Combia Baby, was Kodoswakwe. Into saying Quenya ne Waha. We be kwanatum de bebisa wasem na asam na ebisa no so do ya asam a broni si problem solving ehwa asam no de etum ka bibia osiu asam na eken na no ana de obotum wa we yefi wo kra wo ha de me be ka bia was bogun krata do na wazako na nsasa abagana constitution yenyina yenyim oyembra was buman intino Waye nsesa wom wacher papa na se embrason de bibi da maba Ghana ze kebi mamin kebi enti no bibi da wadwen do bibi cher wadwen experience bi enya ye feel there embra no wenzam bo enda ya woda obibasi you have the right to say your mind, and it should be a problem solving one, of course. Enti no mijizi de obi atase Mipocho, yetina heya, yebeza boboi. We are also streaming live on very important platforms. Inti Constitution Review Committee, or one platform, and we are live on social media. CRCGH25. CRCGH25. Inti se ewa ufona masre de eba call live on YouTube, Facebook, na X, na share. You can share for others to know that the Constitution Review Committee is here in Cape Coast. CRCGH25. Now, some of your contributions, it's printed out. It's a long document. You also have the privilege to send it via submissions@constitutionreviewgh.org. Submissions@constitutionreviewgh.org. And you definitely submissions@constitutionreviewgh.org. Nanano mi abasre honem brinyan sing damabri yebobwe ekonatum. Mepocho aya crowded bakasa, we are coming in tens. So I want to see the first 10. Please, again, amazing, amazing. Followed by each other, and then we are about to begin our deliberations, our question and answer session. Portraits no amenfer. We are in a queue of 10. And try not to cross my camera as well. Question no, because we are live, we need to do it nicely and also let people know what is happening here. And Eba, you mention your name, where you're coming from, you go straight to the point. Thank you very much. Talk of name. My name is Ejuba, and I'm also a broadcaster. All right, so please be my first person. You can come close and take it away.
All right, thank you, Chair Prof. All right, thank you, Prof. Chair. My name is Reverend Richard Anandonko, and I am the PRO for Professional Association of Psychiatric Nurses Ghana. I think the MC just made a statement that if you have anything, you can submit it on the email account that has been provided. PAPIN, as we shorten it, we have provided, but we have not acknowledged, or we have not seen any receipt from your end. So we are trying to draw your attention to that. And we even made a follow-up phone call to that. That was when they had to come back to us. And we were even informed that when they come to Cape Coast, we will be informed. But as we speak, we had no information that you were coming to Cape Coast. Someone just drew our attention. That is why we are here today. Now, my issue is about labor unions representation during negotiations. I heard directly that you have engaged even the organized labor. So mine is with labor issues. The Constitution of Ghana makes it clear that we can join any union of our choice. And out of this same Constitution is where the Labor Act 2003 was carved from. And I am much concerned about the Regulation 10 of the Labor Act 651. That regulation makes it open for 2 or more people to form an union or a union of their choice. Not a group, but a trade union. And they have to go through the process. In as much as they are done with the process, they are duly recognized. Professional Association of Psychiatric Nurses Ghana had to take Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association to court. That was last year, June. After the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, that holds the collective bargaining certificate, had gone in to sign collective agreements on all of us. We had to go to court because we were not involved. And the same labor regulation is telling us that the one that holds the collective bargaining certificate has to, 1, consult the other unions, or if appropriate, invite them. 1, who defines if appropriate? And when do we even define that kind of condition over there? Now let's take what transpired just on the 30th of June, 2025, in the entire country. And that was when we had to get the situation whereby some unions had to exempt themselves and work. I am just making an appeal. Number 1, there should be equal union representation during negotiation, not necessarily the one that holds a collective bargaining speaking on behalf of all the others, whilst they have not been consulted. So, for instance, the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, having been taken to court and looking at the fracas that has transpired few days ago, do we think whenever they are going to engage the government, they are going to call the Professional Association of Psychiatric Nurses Ghana? No. Even at the court, we realized that they wanted to sideline us till we were told that it is our legal right. So I am asking that there should be equal representation or union representation whenever there need be for negotiation. If not, this same system will continue over and over again. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Susan Edu, the General Secretary of the Professional Association of Psychiatric Nurses, Ghana. That's my PRO. In as much as he's speaking on union, I would like to speak for my patients, the mental health client. We know that there's a Mental Health Act, 846, and I know that it was tweaked from the Constitution. However, there was an LI passed after almost 7 years of the passage of the Mental Health Act. That was in 2012. And the LI passed around 2019. That shows how serious we are about mental health. Notwithstanding, we know that mental health has to be free. That has been quite in the Constitution. But my experience with my patients is one of the most expensive healthcare delivery system in the country. Unfortunately, sometimes you do not have medications for my clients. They would have to buy. For all the 3 psychiatric hospitals, they are all centered at the southern bed. We all know the truth. So if someone is mentally ill and is in the north, they have to carry the person in that state of aggression. They have to be sedated down south. In the Mental Health Act and in the LI, it has been stated that every regional hospital, district hospital, or even CHIP compounds should make room for the mental health nurse to be able to function. But here we have resistance in the various health facilities. During my master's, I was at the teaching hospital. I requested to be at the mental health unit. I was told point blank that there is no mental health unit. So I was forced to work at the general site. That is no problem because the mental health nurse is versatile. I can work anywhere. But the problem here is, if at the end of the day, a patient comes from the north, from wherever they are, and I take care of them, and they are to go back into the community to be integrated, where my colleagues are, they do not have a space of which the LI and the Mental Health Act has stated. We have various health institutions, heads of institutions, not adhering to this. I have some of my colleagues taken out from their unit, working on the general side. What happens to my patients? What happens to my patients? So it becomes a circle. It goes round and about. Now we have red in the system. We have the youth exposed to drugs. Who is speaking for them? Now, because it's so much expensive, of all the 3 psychiatric hospitals, I work at Ankaful. I do not care. That is where I work. That is the lowest place that you can pay. And if you are coming to Ankaful, you should come with at least 5,000 Ghana cedis. 5,000 Ghana cedis. If not, based on everything, you might not get admission. How many people in Ghana are paid 5,000 Ghana cedis? How many of you here are paid 5,000 Ghana cedis? That you can take care of your client or your relative when they are mentally sick. There are no drugs. They are being exploited by facilities, by nurses. Everybody is taking advantage of my clients. Who speaks for them? We talk about kidney problems. We know about galamsey. Who talks about the mentally ill? There's no respect of any person. We all can be mentally ill at one point or the other. So if we say that it's going to be free, and it is not free, we made the laws. Can we just do something about it? We know corruption, right? If you get to know the amount of money that goes into individual accounts in government, and then somebody is in the village, they can't even have good nutritional feed, that can equally contribute to mental illness. Because based on research, depression is as a result of gut leakages, lack of nutrition. And we are a country, we say we're practicing democracy. We just give in to the rich, forgetting the poor. I came here to speak for my client. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, for the record, we don't have the whole day, and so each participant is given 2 minutes maximum, and you can ask up to 2 questions when you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Kenneth Akins. It also introduces new faces into Parliament, and they learn and it strengthens our executive. Thank you.
Hello. I'm the regional chairman for the Council of Elders of the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm also the regional chairman for the Council of Elders of GUTA, Ghana Union Trade Association. I'm here on behalf of the entire private sector. I wish to welcome you here into the capital here, and I wish this Constitutional Review Committee actually get the best out of the region going forward. Just one issue that I'm here to talk about, and that issue is about since independence, 57, there is no flagship policy that we have been able to actually work on successfully in this region. Flagship policy like industrial parks for each district failed miserably in this region. A policy that could well attract investors into our region. Flagship policy like mechanization centers for our farmers to cushion them to produce in volumes to support manufacturing plants were also missing. We couldn't actually work on it. Since independence, over 70 years, nearly 70 years from today. And we are happy when the chairman said the approach here is to solve problems. Only one problem that I'm putting across to you, and that problem, recently we brought in Canadian investors, about 30 of them, to come and explore business opportunity in this region. We also brought in Indian investors together with the ambassador here. What they told the Chamber of Commerce and Industry is that the production capacity here is very low, and that we have to work on it. And this is not only for Central region, but across most regions. And what we would like you to factor in your constitution review is to empower the citizenry. We want bottom-up approach. We want bottom-up approach so we can be able to work on it in the implementation, supervision, and all that, all the programs, to ensure that we get the programs on our soil. Political polarization has failed this nation. Those political men at the Accra, they over Accra, they are far distance from the realities on the ground. They are far distance from the realities on the ground. That is why we are not able to work on these flagship policies to benefit our region and regions, other regions as well. So we would like you to factor in a policy to ensure that each government, when they come to power, will ensure the bottom-up approach. The bottom-up approach, so that we can be able to effectively help implement projects, monitor them, and then ensure that we successfully complete such projects across our business landscape. Our business landscape is very dull here, just like other regions. And this could be a turnaround issue. So that is the issue at stake now. And we hope so that we can own we have to own the projects, the program. You have to own the projects, so we can be able to ensure that everything goes on well in this region and other regions as well. Thank you so much for this attention.
Thank you, our panelists. My name is Prophet Victor Kwam. I'm representing the Association of Concerned Cape Coast Citizens and Residents. I'm the president for that association. But for the sake we are Ghanaians, so I will speak Twi, so I can express myself well. Oh yeah, Odumibia, yes, Brofusam higher Hododo. Ozikai, Isha Hen schools, Isha Hen basic schools, and only secondary schools, equal tertiary institutions, and then Tibrofa, what's it there? I say, in Tibrofa, naturally, I sense you society nimu, ufihin nabai, ye fanciful, ye fanciful, ye accounts, but yamma brofon abezi yenyi mama, and there's so be gathering beer. Or your pain or your hen, or Kotiwa Nizayde, Wakasavia, Wakufi, because one school. 2. Ye the certificate, ye the Kele talent, ye wo, ewa Ghana. And baby aboko be certificate. In your certificate, one more Juma ye. Meanwhile, Nipano when you mizi obotumiza ye Juma, obotum wabuama. Omaino etuma konanyim enti no yenhwe hene technical institutions basic there hene basic schools no abaze no wosua ho and eko China about 5 years otumi hihye bibia often robot yembi said there ye ha primary school class 6 at the age of 14 years. Ebisa na osi Peter Papa pick a peck of peke pepe. Onyimche. But the mini pay a yache no nyama bi wo school amboaro no. Oko secondary school. Oko secondary school no kocho na ocha 25, 40 year. Osi there why below inside oko tenefie. And the map of an oko tenefie yembisa da abaze no re. Denti na ye ma yen basic schools no yen tumi nsua or ye technical knowledge no was secondary basic schools enka primary 1 otumi ye bibi first na 70s no na ya wo bibi o friend no offend craft ye di ko school and the craft na adam biscuit and the craft adam biscuit craft anka yezi yensa yezi yemmanka o ye fe no and abofane or the craft require no wakoto azi wo mekom anaye no ozeko so where are we going yembisa ye ho 2 me bisa ye mpanyimfo there anya bia se was a contract was a mankrofo a wo monitor won ye bottom the contract as a mobi within 6 months na kwana say ayan tumi nka hwehwe contractor no waji aban sika was egun kutokum wezi but kwani tutu a yembi sade sika foforo bai ene yeze kwakwa me suggestion ye there senka yeze contract yeze ma contract bia yemma ne frame years or there ekwan no ozi because yebehu bi whereby kasejan ene onye mpanyimfu bia wozi kan ye contract no kwani chere. But what is going on today? Intimacy there. Say yes the contract, yes the mankrofo constitution ni mu no. Yemfa article bi nhemu a nipa na yes the contract na ma no. O make sure say so you 10 years 10 years or you 5 years 5 years. So you 20 years 20 years period. Madam Asi.
Hello, good morning. Please, my name is Atano Setimte Kwame Inwame, and please permission, all protocols observed, permission to break from protocol, and in the essence of brevity, 2 minutes, I'll try. Agbotia, way back. Fofo pleta danya wo, my tokpena milo, nida folek bachinam lo, namaji hana milo. That's epic. Translated, elderly people, please permission for me to speak to you. Please walk a bit off the grass so that I can talk to you. Now, interestingly, I'm not that old. I'm pretty young. I'm an 83 born. The 92 Constitution were kids by then. Referendum time, referendum time. You have to exercise your power as a citizen. For your vote is your power. You have to vote, all that stuff. Like said, an over 1,000-page document. I love reading. Bulgaria, 5 books, over 1,000 pages. Very delectable. Okay, I think I've done more than 30 seconds so far. So the thing would be that the reason I turned up here was to see Dr. Kenneth Akins. He's made a submission. I was to solve an IT problem for him. And hearing of this, I was like, wow, let me just turn up because this would be fascinating. And the diversity of stuff. Ravi Zacharias once said something, unity in diversity. That is what university stands for. But just yesterday, I saw a piece in the Daily on Joy News about the disconnect between tertiary education and actual solutions of problems. The one who spoke earlier about language, and Fantine then Yanko say, Eka, Sako de Brafo, one yum and Zama, Oya de Papa Yansen and Zama. Inti, I think there. One, I'm way beyond time. I was speaking to her earlier. Say, Prof, please, Professor Michael Meeta, head of Department of Environmental Science, UCC. He wrote a piece in the Daily Graphic, which he has forwarded to me. I read it about science as the DNA for national development. I have the over 300-page National Development Plan, which our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, put together. The basis of the 40-year NDPC development plan, which was thrown out some time back. I know, like you guys said, 2010, a whole lot of things are being done. So, summing it up, I would be like, I've asked, is there any way I could find out, checking how that proposal, which he put together and forwarded to you, is going, because he hasn't had any feedback. And personally, I did biological science, I did aquaculture, the whole environmental space, our seas, our stuff, the whole issue of waste management. Professor Free for environmental science, he says, the problem with Ghana is that we are doing waste shifting, not waste management. There are sustainable ways of doing things. Zero waste, zero pollution. People throw things everywhere. I'm on UCC campus. You see students, they finish drinking pure water, and they're just throwing it all about the place. How do we fix all that? And I know a lot is being done. It's mind-boggling. I'm done. Thank you very much for the patience.
It looks as if we are not sticking to the time. So please, I would plead with you to go by the 2 minutes so that others can also ask questions. Thank you.
Mpachawa from Veronica Blankson.
Ma Mpachawa me interfere kakra. Most ma edan no mutenunti eso microphone ma yebesre. Memo on ben one p. Aha. Obeboyen. Hedasi.
Mpachawa from Veronica Blankson. Mopamazi. Nti yaba cancer na edwuma fo wana asam. Motin de waka chansa na edwuma fo de yengeka yene humbo. Amasa wodi bibirba na waza abraham. Meyebo wan de sisi ametem na metena medwumam na wobram letter de yembre meeting ya aba. But odu de wadi engineer bere bazaar na wada afa baby. Yentase ye committee na ye bobo hu bebre. Ya do to wan n'anyim. Ya de bokọ onkesi aga. Nti inde michina ha ya ka ye ho abomi ye wo zones bebre. Ya ka ye ho abomi ye shredders wodi bibiriba. Wo moko constitution ni mu ye. Na inkinkom. Wodi bibiriba wo fensi ya no do. Because probandam na nzebe bo ma wo manyan so ye ka echiri wo nzebe bebre mu. Ibi wo mo no ma wodi machine reba. Wodi nzebe bebre reba ondu ya no do. Emma na ye na committee ni mo ye nte wo hwe me be time there wodi akọ baby. Na mo to dey bi enu so nti ma smile there bibi na wo mo onsi ya no do. Na mo wodi letter wodi abre ye ni bibi na ma wo mo onsi associations no do. Na ye so ye ma ya ne members no so won so engineer no wansa enkabi. Na mo to dey bi enu ense bebre me baka no there mo to do en fa waka school sam na adze no waka ba message the constitution woma abey ombrom schools enka no wahwe nentina ndan woma kon mo wahwe ehwem be hwen sam be yorokodu o schools ibisi etruzu ko school ibini teacher otum open enya asam edeko police station a awo ingita skenti wa asam yedaw sise wa mesika ezi enyim kan inyi sika o chede emen Ghana enka ho nti be bestre constitution no woma oman Ghana nya nyina ye Ghana fo e wo sika o inyi sika o woma nyina ye benefit bi ne ye hu de Ghana ne ye nyina ye won na wo sisi ya no dodo enkanka ye nanoma wanko school ne ze ano onye kra wo si igwa e wogwanum oda wozi wugwa wozi mawon na ibi o wo sika wa beje afi wo nsem ibi tumo maame igwo kotokra begwe wanfa na zaman because onyi sika nti mesre woma nzama onye pepere ma oman Ghana onkodo amechirma no for so wa be pepere na wo sisi ibi no dodo wo Ghana mem da wona ase.
Good morning. All protocols observed. Pocho Frem, Nana George Frimpong, lead spokesperson for persons with disabilities in the Central Region. Yen issues, are just specific and straightforward. Ozikan, in 2017, where BB our friend is Social Development Fund. A lot of work went into it. Up to now, Social Development Fund, wakaka shelf do. Social Development Fund, boy, onye hena yezidam all manner of persons are one who touch man. Into me feed there. At the session where we have the rights of persons, if something can be done about the Social Development Fund, its implementation, on appointments to the members of the Council of State. Though it is politicized, we are not against it. Ibisi elected, we are not against it. But at even the local level, if we are to contest on any party's ticket, I don't think we will get elected. Though all apologies to my good friend Yvonne Street, who ran as the presidential candidate of the CPP, and many others. But what I'm trying to infer right now is that the Constitution should give us a specification, at least one slot, one member or one person with disability should be made a member of the Council of State so that we can take advice on issues concerning persons with disabilities straight to the presidency. Otodo Ebasa, sign language. A lot of deaf persons are moving around. Oko hospital. Ordinansa kanitra no what's in yefi and yo. Ordinansa kanaswa was also abazinaswa Anna, we are pleading where we have the rights of persons session. It should be made compulsory, specific. We want it, though we have the Act 715 already there. Yeah, when is specific that every hospital or at least one health facility in every district should have a sign language interpreter there to cater for the effective medication of deaf persons in the various health facilities across the country. Finally, here at 715 of 2006, watch it. Up to now, there's no ally even backing the act. We have harmonized it with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Still, up to now, as a bill, it has not even reached Parliament for it to be enacted for us. We are pleading it should not only be reenacted. There was a specific section of the Constitution where Act 715 was carved from. We want it to be specific. One state will at that session that the reenacted Act 715 of 2006 should be fully implemented so that our rights will not be belabored. And then at the same time, it will be submerged or merged or harmonized with the mental health law at 846. I was happy in Crawford mental health problems and the cost of psychotropic drugs. Psychotropic drugs must be free. It should be put on the National Health Insurance Program so that this my woman will stop coming here and crying because we are already crying. In Canada, ma asempa yetia. One shall know one yam obayame hen. Obianyam nedachi. You can be a disabled person any moment from now. The other one are CP.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm from the office of the Regional Chief Imam. And my name is Akilu Salisu, Office of Central Regional Chief Imam. And our concerns are simple. There are about 3 areas, but since we will send it through your means of this thing, we are just trying to highlight those areas. So our area of concern is inheritance of Muslims and the marriage, divorce, and inheritance. We will submit the full details because it's a long, something that we've written. So this is the area, so you should expect it from the Office of Regional Chief Imam. And this one is my own personal concern. I would like the Constitutional Review to try as much as possible to give a certain duties to our vice presidents. Because most of the time, we've been hearing that they don't have any role. The Constitution hasn't given them any role. So they usually tell us that they are the chairperson of police council, and I think that is all. So I'm appealing, if it will be possible, they should create a duty for our vice presidents. Thank you.
Pacho, good morning. Me Pacho, your friend Nana Jaman. Me Wadalen FM. Me Pacho, Edi Kaino. Me Pase Metias Yese Adia Yeno Eneno. Difference being a room between time and Prof Mills. Or anyway. Me say me say the same thing and yeah and I say difference room and year one. When that's one so no me person me who are be. I know there is a problem. Member of Parliament, Sir Obiko the first term, second term, third term, Sa Kosa, every term be our JS Gracia. Now, yentimi enyem rebi say oko first term new year, 4 years new year, ontimi en contestibium. Because first 4 years no, ya fan say why adwuma wie. But JS Gracia. Oko the following term no so a obesa agibi one person na obi so wachira onko obi krada. But say o value and say we adwuma omo yempo a unhu adwuma bi a wo ya oko bebre sa no. Me say me popular. Me popular no. Betimi akọ ama ya to abade ama me. Me nkoya adwuma bia but 4 years ne so a me no say me nya me S Gracia. Mesa akobio me hu de o hihye sa amra ne section chene a o se ya mani pa ne sa akobio. And it's about bibi dia fa ho a pacho me da se.
Good morning all. Your friend me Mary say me a head teacher Abum School for Special Needs ewo Cape Coast ha se. Ghana yaya policy, inclusive education policy. But me share policy no entimi enye edwuma papa because se we call regular school na say you see one person with disability or was a class na teacher baako pe ene was a class no inti sa teacher baako with about 35 to 40 students are more class ho a o sure sa teacher baako no on to me and share the special need child na or them class no inti ama inclusive education policy no enti mi enye juma papa inti meka say aban on share emfa man say classes na special needs children omo no there should be resource persons omo be wo sa class no omo be boa special needs children na omo class one say enye sa dia and the inclusive education policy na ya no enye juma enti mesre say omo share them adding family ama your special needs children so omo timi a benefit or inclusive classroom no. The second one is say children with intellectual and developmental disabilities. You see, leave no child behind. Now, Misha, we are leaving them behind. Esiani say a child with cerebral palsy, or speech problem, or motor problem onto me nanti. Into society, omu bomwa bonfia. In the society, they are not including them. Omu schools susu eyasem. Inti abai unshare children with cerebral palsy. Say respite home no be ama omu so ama omu parents so omu timi anye juma bia because if you have a child with cerebral palsy, you don't have anywhere to go. Abofra no want to me locking with them so enko baby enko ye juma. Inti ama parents or the family with such disabilities, they are going through a lot. Inti abai on ye non share children with cerebral palsy bi wo mo a onto me nanti onto me nkasa but obetumi akọ school. Inti abai on share children with cerebral palsy and family say respite home na ebe obe ya ma omo na ebe ji caregivers asho omo a omo nhwe na omo nye mai because the parents are not working because of their children. Madam Asi.
Yo, Ofrem Kofi Kwachi, me a social worker. Our Chufu Timokwa district. Yes, yen constitution muna. Okade obia oye on your mentally sound on to aba. Meanwhile, no so no sabi ebi mo ha wo ye adwuma kaka nkra sabi wo ye answer wo didi wo for car wo ko ba nti so they are also part of the economy. Nti I say okodu baby a also yen ko to aba na yi edikanfo a wo se hon de on your mentally sound nti mo on to aba. Zime peda wo de share constitution de hona wo describe what one year mentally sound wo ina yen to aba ne bi na yi yen panyimfo afen so oye blind for kuta white cane ya constitution baby yen ho wa mention white cane ewo mu ya peda wo de share constitution de or de driver yi bia obia ohu obi okuta white cane or respect no no recognize white cane no white cane jumodi no obia ono no obo am ye nan so ye de ko baabia no obi obohua bia no ohun de mpa ohwe owanyi hu yaw o ha wonti no or there mebuano nadi. Na say only constitution man, na so bikra na ka obo anaso obepia wo hard ken or say na inyi legal back in bia into no na sheda we proud na okọ. Afin so sana me social work and men come for ho ho asem kakra. Yehwe yen children arts no mu a Isha, a child is a person below 18 years. Nafi, children art no so no okade say deferment no so obi for bia under 16 years and below 16 years ah. And when the gap be between 16 and 18 no, you pan on to worry because also the marriage age near 18 years. It means that in pano the 16 years are obotum wa fe beyin and wa fe besia meanwhile no ontum ware nti me pede constitution wo bridge them gap no na say obaye nde say bia 18 years no na oye and below 18 years na coffee beyin and na oye deferment na ye hu afi so if you be free and compulsory basic education FQ. If you children ask them, okay, education or basic education. Meanwhile, so you there, since you free education na, about what's no be anko secondary school. So me pedenka, what is share constitution denka? You can basic education and now unko senior high school. Osande since you no obi anfa ne ba anko senior high school a ni ntumi ya na hwe ono so na chede ono onyamo wie basic na pena we wi na adwuma. Nta mama yen mfawa bebre o ha ontum school no nkodu senior high school osande odu basic also no on no ye mandatory afi nso ye hwe constitution a about disability no okede o wa abafa adwuma bi abafa ona we exam no bi aban wo incentives wo de ma ho no onye nhye nti me pede nka wo ye nde aban on ma Benjamin Biano on fa quota bi employ when we did them no with certain quota ama when we school now we did them no when you also when you more have free education me pede when we did them in so no ye hu da o flash oh may we dey but only constitution mu so no o ya na we jam egu ogwam no woko. Into no me pede what is the constitution now there obi a we did them be also school on you free. Thank you.
Right Reverend Samuel Ecosolson. Yes. Mine is about duration of the constitution review. The duration. Yane population census now. I stand to be corrected, but I know there is about 10 years or there census. Now, here constitution review now. I don't know there was duration. Yede eshe dam ebia 10 years and now 12 years. I believe that 12 years is perfect. But 10 years, 2 years near the access into 12 years by ending. Na ye wo issues are ye share the my discuss because ye hwese na ye bohu there ye share susampara but ye mu bebre even we don't know what is in the constitution so yenya 2 years period na ye the access ye no to the timer obobo hen clear example ye 4th August 1974. The grown-ups here, and I think they know maybe date now what happened in Ghana. Ghana moves from left to right, and the campaign was so fantastic. So even the very day, and you who cry Ghana for, we just do the transition. It's no year duration, timer, years basasa in constitution. Only year 1, 2 about Galamsey. I believe there from south or southern Ghana to the north, everywhere we have the gold. But yes, here ministerial now, or a land and natural resource. we build on the natural resource. No. So if we can separate it, land issue and the natural issues, or the network, I mean that there's a lot of discrepancies in this area. It's a galamsey no, kind orco. It's like we can't control it. But from the south to the north, why we have 16 regions. I am suggesting that this 16 region, no, we can say that we will pick 4 regions. Mine no, 4 regions. Mine no for a number of years. Then after that, we move to another area through research work. The next regional or the echo. Obadama, we can easily protect, the natural things around. Other than that, since you are everywhere in the country, go to Biwaborga, go to eastern region, when you come to central, Ashanti, everywhere. And so Obadama, any security no crown were divided. I don't know. So something concerning Galamsey, we should sit down and plan. We have a lot. We have the diamond, and we all know. But yes, still no. This is how I see. So in the constitution, we need to work on the natural, things. On the build on. We live on these natural things. We just utilize it and build on. See, that is the area. Mepede yeshe manuisi.
My name is Jagre Romeo, HR Regional Coordinating Council. My first submission has to do with the chapter 20 of the of the Constitution. Then the Local Governance Act at 369. When you look at it and look at the organogram in the structure, at the regional level, the department and the agencies falls under local government service. Then, when you look at the organogram, you then have local, what do they call it? You then have the local government falls under the Ministry of Local Government Service, whereby we have a minister at the regional level, and we have local government minister too. So 2 ministers who falls under which. So the Constitution should take a look at it, whereby we have a regional minister and we have local government or ministry who also headed by a minister. So the Constitution should take a look at it and work on that one. My second issue has to do with our chieftaincy and land issues. When you go to court today, about 70 to 80% of the issues there are either land and chieftaincy issues. But the state we found ourselves, the natural resources or the minerals belongs to the state. But when it comes to land, it belongs to the chiefs. So the two, how are we marrying it together? So if possible, the Constitution should make it clear that if all lands belong to the state, then it belongs to the state with the natural resources in it, so that we wouldn't have issue with chieftaincy and land issues peddling day in and day out at the law court. And when you come to, in terms of agriculture, now all the agricultural lands have been taken over by the estate developers. When you come to Central Region, from Kasua can have a land to farm, because those lands belong to the chiefs and family heads. And so therefore they are located to anybody at all to build. Then where lies our agriculture tomorrow? So if government can own the land, then demarcate lands for agricultural purposes, for estate purposes, and for the industrial purposes, I think it will help us as a nation. Thank you.
My name is Frederick Kumsin. I'm the acting dean, School for Development Studies, University of Cape Coast. I have a simple submission. I'm a kind of fansema Ubia TV. The yesi inipebia on easy in fee education 60 years. Ubodi no wa bre or de ikeje wa home. And yesha, damem reya was about constitution no. It only favors the rich but not the poor. And politicians can even go up to age 90, 100. Some of them, they can't even walk. They still want to work for the state and for the state to pay them. If the equality as enshrined in the Constitution is to be upheld, then we shouldn't have selective discrimination. That is my simple submission.
My name is Dixon Kwabena Desmond, Public Relations Officer, University of Cape Coast Law Students Union. My submission comes in folds. So I have the constitutional provision, I have the issues regarding the constitutional provision, and then my suggestions or reforms I think can better it. So we are looking at the provisions of Article 2431. Article 2431. Please permit me to read the provisions of Article 2431. There shall be a district chief executive for every district who shall be appointed by the president with the prior approval of not less than 2/3 majority of members of the assembly. My issue with this provision is that it is vesting the president the power to appoint these DCEs we are talking about. And then when these DCEs are appointed, they don't owe, let me say, commitment or allegiance to the people, because they were not appointed or they were not being brought to power by the people. If you have to take the microphones around to ask people who their DCs or their MMDCs are, they will not be able to pinpoint it. This is because they are not the ones that they appoint these people that they hold these offices. Which reforms can we actually put in place to make sure it is better? We should look at a way where these DCEs are going to be elected by the people, because a person who is elected by the people actually works for the people and listens to the concerns of the people. But then if you are giving the power to the president to appoint these people, then definitely he's not going to pay allegiance or any commitment to the people for which he is serving. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Clark Apana Nate, a level 200 student of the University of Cape Coast Faculty of Law. And my issue is regard to Article 57, specifically Clause 5 of the 1992 Constitution, which states specifically that the president shall not be liable while he is still in office to any civil or criminal proceedings in court. I think that while this particular provision is guaranteeing the president of his independence and dignity, it is also in the same breath to granting large immunity. The immunity isn't really specific to one specific act, and then this goes ahead to create an unintentional impression that the president can act with impunity, which means that the president can act can commit a personal offense to somebody without him being punished. But then I also feel like this goes against our fundamental rule of law, which specifically talks about the equality to the law. I believe that everybody is equal in the eyes of the law, and then everybody should be held accountable for things that are done in personal relation with other people. Thank you very much.
My name is Matilda Tonameji, and I'm also a level 200 student of the University of Cape Coast Faculty of Law. My challenge is in regards to Article 19, Clause 2A of the 1992 Constitution, which grants that an accused person a person accused of serious offenses, of which the punishment is death or life imprisonment, should be tried by a judge and jury. My challenge is that the process of putting together a jury is a very long process, from their selection to vetting to empanelment. It takes a very long period of time. So I personally believe that this delay undermines the accused person's rights under Article 19(1) to be tried within a reasonable time by the court. And also, the mandatory recommencement of a trial upon the death of a juror also causes a delay in the trial process, which I personally believe undermines the accused person's rights under Article 19(1) to be tried within a reasonable time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. and your team. I am Solomon Kweku Ejei, District Coordinating Director for Agona East District Assembly, precisely in Sabah. Prof, I'm so honored to appear before this very high and important Constitutional Review Committee. I have just two quick appeals. First is, as a civil servant working under local government service, we retire on SNIT, that is Tier 1 and Tier 2. I'm appealing that as some of our colleagues also retire on their salary, that is the Tier 3, I'm appealing to this committee to also incorporate local government and civil workers to also retire on their salary. The second one is on the payment of small ex gratia for our honorable assembly members. You know, we had our last election for honorable assembly members 2 years ago. Always the directives come from the central government that Metro pays this, district pays this, and the municipal pays this. But the reality is that the small or the unresourced districts are not able to pay that commitment, that ex gratia. So I'm appealing that all those small ex gratia for our honorable assembly members should be paid by the central government. So if it becomes a law in the constitutional review, I hope it will work for the betterment of all of us. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm Awal Suhoyene. Prof, I have 3 concerns. The first has to do with Article 2522, which talks about the District Assembly's Common Fund. In 2016, an effort was made to increase it to 7.5. Almost 10 years now, that have not been able to be done. The at least 5% have been implemented over a period. And that 5% have been put into so many uses, not only the district assemblies. But the law says that it will be sent to the local level. I think the Constitution should be clear to increase it to the 7.5 so that it can be implemented over a period. The second has to do with the appointment of MMDCs and election of presiding members. The Constitution is not clear as to the absence of the presiding member, how the MMDAs will operationalize. We have had instances over the period where the district assembly have not gotten a presiding member for almost 2 years or even so. We are making an appeal that the Constitution should be clear. In the absence of the presiding members, how the assemblies can operate. Finally, education in Ghana. I'm making a suggestion that the Constitution should come clear that for 25 years, the country will go education this way. For 30 years or 50 years, the country will go this way. Over the years, governments come and the education is tortured. It is a very expensive area, changing the curriculum of schools or of education. So the Constitution should be clear as to the number of years we can change the educational system. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. I believe we need to allow the committee to also give us some responses so far. But it's been good, if you ask me. I would love to briefly translate some of the local deliberations so far into English. So I may not mention the names, but for instance, there was one on English as a tool that is blocking talents. We believe the response will be on. He wishes that our local language, Chi, Fra, and all the other languages would be very useful wherever you are in Ghana, than allowing English to supersede all we do. The fact that contractors should be given a framework of time to be able to determine whether they are giving us good projects, specifically to road construction in Ghana. We had the Seamstress Association talking about the fact that they are an association and they want to be dealt with directly. They don't want to walk round and round, and as it has been for them so far. Also, the issue about caning kids or lashing kids. I don't know which one works, but they feel that the Constitution should allow teachers to discipline our children by caning them. It was also one that came up. Implementation of Social Development Fund, the sign language interpretation for involvement in all our schools. This has to do with inclusivity. Again, we also spoke about mentally unstable persons also having the right to vote. I can't wait to hear the answer that comes with that. Also, the Constitution stating clearly that free SHS or going to the senior high school is mandatory instead of the JHS, so that we have a number of schools in Ghana, children or our kids can actually get enrolled into that level, and from there can take certain decisions, taking advantage of free SHS or inclusive education. This and more is what to be expected. So on that note, I'll move to the chairman. Chairman, I believe you have a lot on your plate. So over to you and the committee.
Okay, I think time is about noon, just a few minutes past noon. Would it not be a good time for us to break for snack? And then when we come back, we can then, because I recorded 20 or 21 different contributions, each one of them about 3 parts or 4 parts. So if we were to respond first before breaking for snack, we would be here probably until about 1 or 2. So why don't we take a quick break now, and then when we come back in 10 minutes, maybe 12:15, we can go back on this one.
Okay, so this is coming directly from chairman, that we take a 10-minute breather and take back our seats. So please, let's be on time so that we can have a lot more. There are many people with questions on their plates, so. Hello, Mayor. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. There are a number of dignitaries who have joined us as well. The Regional Gender Director is here. Mama, you're welcome. We also have from the University of Cape Coast, Professor Michael Boachiado. Good afternoon to you, Prof. And a number of dignitaries. So I hope you enjoyed the tea and the fruits, juices, and the pie. We are back to the second session. And this time around, we're going to be starting by hearing responses from the Constitution Review Committee. With all the questions and all that was before them, I believe there are a number of reactions to them. And so let's get ready for them.
Hello. Well, thank you very much for a very engaging and exciting first half. Quite a number of very interesting contributions. Many of these are recurring in the sense that we've had similar concerns, some similar proposals in the rounds we have made across the country. But there are some new dimensions also that we are picking up from today's conversation. Before I invite my committee members to react to the various points, let me just make a few very general remarks. And I go back to the point made by one of the speakers who talked about the duration. I guess he meant to say the frequency with which we have constitutional review. Constitutional review is not, the Constitution doesn't mandate that we do this exercise once every 10 or 15 or 20 years. In some countries, it is in fact in the Constitution. Some of the newer democracies, there is provision made that every so often, maybe every 25 years or 20 years, that the Constitution may be reviewed as a whole so that a new generation that has come up under the Constitution may have an opportunity to also make their contribution. We don't have that provision in our Constitution, but I think the value of the point he's making for me is that we don't have to wait for 25 years or 10 years or 15 years. A number of the issues that have been mentioned here are issues of legislative policy, of government policy that can actually be resolved as we go on a recurring basis without having to wait for a constitutional review exercise. So the first point I want to make in that regard is that our members of parliament, we are probably not using them as we should. The role of a member of parliament from, let's say, Ogwai East, if there is any such constituency, is to represent the concerns and interests and grievances and aspirations of the people of Ogwai East in Accra. So that member of parliament is supposed to come back to the community in a format like this every now and then, engage constituents, and then hear you raise concerns of the kind that you have raised here. So that that member of parliament can take those concerns to Accra, to whether to their party or to other members of parliament or to other members of the regional caucus and bring the issue up. The fact that we are hearing some of these things here means that that part of the democracy is not working. So somebody, one of the very first commenters, I think he was the first one, said, look, all of the development projects, every flagship project, flagship policy fails in the central region. Why? Why must every flagship policy not work here? We have had Central Regional Development Corporation, we have had coastal development authority, we've had all of these things. And we have members of parliament from the central region. They should be able to get together as a regional caucus, apart from the party caucus. Now, party is not everything. There is a central regional caucus. They should be able to get together as a caucus and say that, look, these are the things that the priorities for the region that are not being addressed. And then when they go to parliament, regardless of party, they should be able to band together as a regional caucus and say, these are the things that the central region needs. And these are the things that are not working in our region. Parliament, you can sponsor what is called a private member's bill. This means that MPs on their own, without waiting for government, can get together and draft a bill and introduce it in Parliament to solve certain particular problems that the citizens are concerned about. So I'm saying all this to say that a lot of the things that have been brought before this committee in the morning are things that can be solved right away through legislative action. Secondly, and a point was also made, a number of the issues we're talking about can also be dealt with through litigation. So there are two institutions that exist. When there is no Constitution Review Committee, there is Parliament, there is the judiciary. Yes, the judiciary may be slow, there may be concerns around, and all of these things can also be sorted out without waiting for constitutional review. So if there is a problem and it's a pressing issue, we don't have to wait 25 years, 10 years, 30 years for constitutional review. As citizens in a democracy, we must be able to put pressure on our members of parliament, on the political class, to respond to these problems, because you cannot wait. Some of these problems are life and death issues, and they cannot wait. So that would be my very first point. Then I think, I'll invite my members to weigh in on some of the issues that were raised, and then I will come back and give my own specific comments on some of the issues. So starting from my left, and actually it's appropriately from my left, Professor Kwame Kakari, and then we'll go to my right, appropriately so.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And before I comment on two specific things, I want to add a point to the very important guide that the Chairman has provided concerning our duty and responsibility as citizens to get our representatives to do work that will make our lives more progressive. To begin with, a lot of time when we talk about accountability, we think it's only a question of fighting corruption. But accountability is broader than that. And in fact, the basic question of accountability is whether a person in public office is doing the work that that person has been put there to do. So we need to ask whether our MPs are doing the work they are supposed to do, which is to make laws, policies, and so on. But if they represent us, then the laws they are making, the policies they are making must come from us. When we came here, since this morning, we are hearing so many beautiful things, so many important concerns. Where are our MPs? Where are our district assemblies? That is their function. And so I think that in this Fourth Republic, we mobilize ourselves massively to go and vote, to go to rallies. But then we all sleep in between elections, in between rallies. But no, after rallies, that is when really our work starts, to make sure those we have mobilized to vote for do what we have voted for them to do. And so that is to add to the chairman's point that we must make our institutions work. That is why those institutions are there for. I want to make a comment on the question that one of us, I think, again, some of the issues here, as far as I'm concerned, have been, questions have been raised, but not proposals have also come with them. For instance, somebody raised the question of separation of powers. We need more details. That is why the chairman has said that we need people beyond today to send us written memoranda. The powers of the president. The president is the chief executive of this country. He must have certain powers. There's no doubt about it. We cannot have, for want of a better word, a castrated president. A president who has no powers. That is useless. That's not how any society is managed. A president must have powers. But which are the powers that we don't think in these 30-something years the president must continue to have or wield? We are all not happy that presidents appoint virtually everybody, everything, from almost a laborer to a chief executive of a state-owned thing. We need your advice. Which areas must the president no more have powers to exercise? Also, another person, yes. The man from the Association of Concerned Cape Coast Citizens raised the question of Ghanaian languages and also the question of technical skills education and training from the basic education level and all of that. And also, he is the same person who raised the question about the poor service provision by construction companies and all of that. To begin with, the question of Ghanaian languages in the section of the Constitution on Directive Principles, it's just one sentence there about promoting Ghanaian languages and culture. There isn't much there. When we came here, you see that so many of you started speaking Fanti. That's us. Why, for instance, are we running our lives in somebody's language? We are making laws in languages we don't understand. What kind of a democracy is that? That the law made to rule my life, I don't understand. The policies, government talks to us. The politicians only talk our language when they come to rallies, which means they recognize the need for the language as the main instrument of. So what must we do? We must throw that question back to Nananum, because they say and claim, and I believe so, that they are custodians of our culture. But the first most important thing in culture is language. Nananum, this is on your laps. What must the Constitution do to ensure that our languages are central? Not only Twi, but all of our languages are central to our communication every day. Now, many of us get up, we can't even speak the Fanti completely. If we don't mix it up with English, we are lost. What must we do? We don't teach them in our schools. The Chinese, now let me ask a question. You take any country in this world, any country at all that we say is developed. I don't care about the definition of development yet, but you take any index of development and take any country from Denmark to China and ask your question, how many of these countries that are so-called developed use somebody else's language in their education, in their mass media, in their legislation, in their judicial systems? There's none that you can find. Why not us? So Nananum, you must lead that transformation of our cultural roots and so on. The lady, the dressmaker, who raised the question about discrimination against them when it comes to distribution of services and goods and so on. Again, we need very specific things. This is about policy. This is not something the Constitution can really address. it's a day-to-day thing about managing resources and so on. And you are saying that you need to be consulted when certain services and so on are coming to your community. Again, we need guidance in that direction. Some very beautiful ideas have come. The succession of MPs in cases of death and so on. There's also, my last point has to do with the question of a number of very, very interesting and useful comments or proposals have come concerning how we treat our persons with disability. The mental health area, I think the lady was very eloquent. The area of children with cerebral palsy and so on, and inclusive education and how to handle children in classes without specialist teachers. All of these are very important issues. And I think these areas, the Constitution has to pronounce itself, because again, we are talking about rights of minority citizens. And I think that they are very, very useful. The issue about the disparity between the age of consensual sex and the age of the marital age has come up also in some other regions. And I think that it has been of concern. Central region here has for many, many years had the problem of teenage pregnancy and so on. So I think that perhaps the person is alluding to this reality here. So we must find a way of handling that. Somebody also raised the question of the time frame to change the Constitution and all of that. So, Mr. Chairman, these are the comments that I can make right now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Chair. Prof. Kaikari has mentioned all the points I wanted to make, and so all I'll ask for, especially where we talk about local languages, he's thrown the challenge to our chiefs. I was going to ask for examples of how we can do this. Is it through the classroom? Is it through the media? How we go about specifically embedding more of our local languages and mainstreaming them? And I would like to actually ask that, especially where inclusive education is concerned, it's come up several times. If you know of any model school, if you know of any model that seems to be working, where teachers in the classroom include specialists, assistants, do share it with us, because we're also in this to learn, so that when we're making recommendations, it may not be at the level of the Constitution, but we may make recommendations that policymakers can take up and now, work with. So it would be great to hear some specific examples as well. Thank you.
From all our previous engagements and today, it is clear that people are concerned about enforcement of their rights through the various laws and enactments. Like the Mental Health Act has been mentioned today, disability law has been mentioned today, and for some of all that is left is for regulations to be enacted to give effect to those provisions and give better protection. And as the chairperson said, you as citizens too should put pressure on your MPs and then also on the ministers responsible for this to enact the regulations. And also another issue is the proportional representation in district assemblies and parliament, because at least the women, you can find small proportion representation of women, but persons with disabilities, I don't think there are many. So help us with ways where we can formulate policies or something in the Constitution that through that we should be able to recommend that, let's say, political parties, when you are filing your candidates, such and such percentage should be people underprivileged, persons with disabilities, women, and things like that. And then also about, and then about proportional distribution. And so in the Constitution, we realize that some of the areas, we just need a little tweak or change and better definitions. Not that we have to change everything, because most of what we've heard are already existing in the Constitution. So perhaps better definitions will also encourage its enforcement and the rest. But as citizens, we should also play our part and learn more about the Constitution and how to seek to the enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have 2 points to address. The first has to do with a recommendation, or I think a point made by our friends from UCC, the Faculty of Law. I think the young lady made a point about the jury system and the fact that it leads to delays, one in the selection process and the other in the event of death of a juror. What I'm not clear about from her is whether are you asking for the abolishment of the jury system entirely, or are you asking for refinement? For example, if the process has started, there is no need for a de novo trial, or that there should be a continuation. So I just would need clarity from my friends. Are you asking for total abolishment of the jury system, or you're asking for refinement? And if you think it should be refinement, how do you intend that this should be done? The second has to do with a suggestion that we should provide specific functions for the vice president. That's a very laudable point, which has come up in some previous discussions. And some have suggested, which I throw back to the gathering here, whether we should make the vice president a form of a prime minister, so that he's not just idle and being assigned tasks as the president would determine. But we should make him leader of government business, who would be responsible for the economy with specific functions of prime minister. And the president to be more of a ceremonial in that sense. Is that something we are open to looking at in terms of giving functions to the office of the vice president? This will be my thoughts for now, but I think we'll come back subsequently with other points. But in terms of the clarity, I would like to get a point from my friends from UCC Faculty of Law.
To interject, I think she wanted to respond. Hello.
Okay, I actually had, I wanted to suggest a reform, but because of time, I just, yeah, so I suggest that the accused persons should be allowed to waive their right to trial by jury under certain circumstances. Example, an accused person who is still in detention. Maybe it's not so in a circumstance where the accused person is denied bail and he is in custody, and this long process of jury selection, empanelment, so going through all this, and then unfortunately a juror dies and they have to start the trial all over again. First of all, it prolongs the trial, it embeddens the accused person emotionally, and so much more. So under certain circumstances, I believe if the accused person is allowed to waive his right to a trial by jury, I feel like this could be addressed.
So that he should be given the option to choose whether or not he should
go
through a judge alone as arbiter of both fact and law, or he should be given the opportunity to be heard by is pierced. That is the jury system. So you should be given the option.
Yes, so if the accused person believes a judge alone trial is less prejudicial, I think it should be allowed.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Chair. There was a question from a friend, I believe, from Diamond FM also, and he was asking what is the difference between this committee and the 2011 commission. And for the benefit of our law students who are there, who are here, I think we should address it. The most obvious answer is that that commission was established by President Mills. But this one was established by President John Mahama. Secondly, it was in 2011. This committee, as you can see, is taking place in 2025. At the beginning of this session, you remember, Chairman took pains to underscore the existing reports, the 2011 one and the 2023-2024 reports. Now, but that said, what is clear is that those reports were not implemented. The 2011 Commission report was not implemented for various reasons. There was a white paper. The matter even went to court. You remember, the matter even went to court. You remember Professor Stephen Asare versus the Attorney General. And it took some time. A white paper was also issued in respect of that report. Eventually, we lost our late beloved president, may his soul rest in peace. And so that process truncated. So nothing of that report was implemented in the manner that it was envisaged by that process. And so no commission report was implemented, and so this is not a duplication. I can understand that there seems to be some constitution review fatigue of some sort, but it is not. This report is taking time that architecture of our parliament now, there's opportunity for implementation. I think that the desire from the public is also ripe for implementation, for revision of our constitution. The central idea about a constitutional review is that we have put it into use and that we have realized that there are certain aspects of it that we need to tweak so it can serve us better, because our needs also change over time. I remember also Chairman told us what has happened. In 2011, when that commission report was forwarded to the president, we didn't have a by-election, okay? We didn't have a hung parliament like he indicated. You remember recently there was a bill that was passed by Parliament, the LGBT bill, and then the executive somehow did not assent to it, and so it did not become law. All of those matters. Prior to that, also, there was no removal of the Auditor General. That was the first time. So between 2011 and 2025, certain constitutional things have happened that there's a need for us to do this. So we are very hopeful that by the nature of Parliament as it is now, and the contribution from the public, after here, this report is going to go through certain processes before the amendments can reflect in how we want them. Part of it will go through Parliament. Two-thirds majority of Parliament will have to affirm what we call the non-entrenched provisions. Now, the entrenched provisions will have to come back to the public. So it is important what Professor Karikari said earlier, that let us not stop here. After we have made our remarks and our opinions known to the committee, when the report is subsequently submitted, we now also have a duty as citizens to ensure that through our parliament, that the provisions that we want to be amended or reformed actually are amended. Now, for the benefit of our law students, you know that that commission was set up by an instrument. This committee was not set up by an instrument. So it looks like a constitutional law question. So there's a very clear distinction between that commission and this committee. Now, the president has exercised his executive authority under Chapter 8 of the Constitution, particularly 8. And so that is where the power to form this committee emanates from. Also, in addition to the decision that was made in Stephen Asare versus Attorney General. Those two authorities are the reason why you don't need an executive instrument to form this commission. Lastly, there was a question that was related to the committee. And the person is suggesting that we should have periodic times in the nation's constitutional democracy where we should be reviewing our constitution. I think it's a laudable one because, like I said, the idea is that, but the question is, what is that time frame? Is it 8 years or 10 years or 15 years? How long should we take the nation to be able to review the constitution? And what is the mechanism that we have to put in place to ensure that we amend and reform our constitution to reflect our aspirations? Thank you, Chair.
Members, so let me start from the last contribution that I have on my for which I took notes. So this the gentleman was talking about the discontinuity in education policy, and that we must find a way in the Constitution to cure that. We may not need to find anything a way in the Constitution. I think what is happening is that we allow political parties to just implement their flagship ideas or manifesto ideas without enacting them into law. Right? When you enact a policy into law, as long as it is law, the next government is still bound by the law. So if, for example, if free SHS, there is a free SHS Act, for example, then it doesn't matter that it was one party, Party A, that introduced it, or Party B that introduced it. When Party A leaves office, to execute it or implement it. So, but when you come and you just make a flagship policy, and it's just a policy, there is no legislative backing behind it, it makes it easier for the next government, if they disagree with you, to just step away from it and do their own thing. So I think as much as possible, we must get to a point where the political parties who win power on the basis of manifesto promises really translate those policies into legislation so that it survives that particular regime. We have had this proposal from many people who have talked about the National Development Plan and how we must have a National Development Plan, for example, that is passed by Parliament into law so that each party that comes will have an obligation to address some of the targets and some of the milestones that are in that, and then they change, and then it's just costly for our development. It really doesn't help anybody. So I think it's an important point that we should take on board. The appointment of MMDCs is one issue that has come up many times. I think there is now a consensus that we should elect our MMDCs. Now, this will be the first time we do it in the history of the country from the colonial period to now. Ghana probably is one of the few countries left, or few democracies, where local communities still do not elect their chief executives. Even in Africa, even in West Africa, you go to Dakar and other places, St. Louis, they elect their mayors. They've been electing them for some time. Freetown and Sierra Leone elects its mayors. Ghana would be really one of the last democracies to do that. The election itself is not the issue. The question is, how do you do it? Because one of the things that we've told ourselves as a committee also is not to recommend something that will create new problems or compound an existing problem. This is an important move that we must make as a country, but beyond election, there are a lot of things we must look at. So, for example, we have 261 districts now. Many of these districts were created by politicians not with the aim of facilitating development. The current law somehow says once you create a district, then the Electoral Commission too must create a constituency. So it was created mostly to drive the creation of constituencies. So that the real goal is not the development of the district. Somebody wants more seats in parliament, so they create a district, and then the EC is obligated by this statute to go and create more constituencies. So we've created districts without really seriously thinking about their capacity to develop the local area. So you go to some districts in the country, they don't even have markets. They don't have markets. Basic markets don't exist. And that is where they are supposed to raise revenue. They don't have a property tax base. Because you go to some places, it's basically, there is no property of value from which you can raise any money to develop the district. But it's a district. Because out of that, somebody got a constituency. So the questions we have been asking is, should we go ahead and elect, just for election's sake, MMDCs in 261 districts in the country? For what? If we were to follow the logic, the numbers now, and we say Accra, let's take Accra alone. Again, now we don't even know, I don't know what Accra, which part of the country of Accra is Accra. Right? I don't know. Because there are so many districts and municipalities and metros in Accra, if you add them all together, if you start electing a mayor in Accra, you probably elect about maybe 20. Depending on how where you start drawing the Accra boundary and where it ends. London has one mayor. The whole city of London has one mayor. Of course, at the very local level where the people of London live, there are town councils and other things that enable them to govern away from the center. Should we look at, for example, creating in Accra, instead of all these many districts and municipalities, maybe 4 or 5. Accra West, Accra South, Accra North, Accra East, and maybe Accra Central, and elect in those places. Because if you parcel out, if you do this proliferation of districts, it's just limited resources you are wasting. And they can't even work together. You start collecting refuse from this area, by the time they get here, another district has come, you have to stop. It just doesn't work very easily. And also it means that you cannot take resources from, say, cantonments or Laboni, which is property rate rich, to develop maybe Mamobi or Nima, which is property rate poor. But if you had a much larger unit from which to raise taxes, you can equalize. You can take resources from here and balance the development around. This is how cities are done. So we are concerned about the numbers, and it's not just us. We've spoken to experts in the local government area who say, yes, 261 is just too many. You take a country, another former British colony in East Africa, the country of Kenya. Kenya is much larger than Ghana in land mass, in population, in economy. Kenya has 2 tiers of government, the central government and 47 counties. And they elect the governor at the county level, they elect like a town council at that level. Just that, 47 and 48. We have 1 central government, 16 RCCs, 3 development authorities, I don't know where those things are, and then 261 districts. Still no development. Right? So really, this is it's not the election that is a problem. It is how do we do it? And maybe the way to do it is that we may have to pause on some areas. Maybe we say that in all the municipalities and regional capitals, we should go ahead and elect. And then we wait to see how that works out, and then we'll figure out what to do with the smaller districts and whether to amalgamate them or give an incentive for you to join with your neighbor. Something has to be done. Because as we travel around the country, the whole country is underdeveloped. This place is not developed. And just creating a district for creation of district's sake so that you can elect an MMDC is not the goal. It doesn't solve the problem of underdevelopment, right? And so that is one of the things we're dealing with, right? But in order not to detain the process, this opportunity may not come again. So we can't say, oh, because we haven't solved these big problems, let us solve all of them before we can elect. Maybe we go ahead to elect in some places where there is a viable local economy, regional capitals, where there is some base from which we can begin, and then we pause and roll out the others over some time. So that's some of the thinking that we're having. And then other things must go along with this. Do we elect on party basis or no party basis? Every survey that has been done on this issue over the last 10 years or maybe 15 years suggests that while Ghanaians want to elect their MMDCs, they are very nervous about electing them on a party basis. And if you recall, in 2019, when the President Nana Akufo-Addo proposed a referendum on this question, the referendum failed. It didn't even go ahead because the two parties could not agree. The MPP was insisting on MMDCs being elected on a party basis. The NDC said absolutely no, we don't want to change the current system of local government to bring in parties. But as we have spoken to people, some interesting concerns have been raised. For example, if you elect on a no party basis, if it's just everybody stands as an independent candidate, in Cape Coast alone, assuming that the mayor is here, if we said let's elect the mayor of Cape Coast, how many candidates do you think will stand for that election? Probably everybody in this room, apart from the security service people who are barred from these elections, everybody in this room will feel themselves competent to stand for election. So what if you have 20, 25, 30 people? What is the criteria by which you eliminate people? How do you prune down the numbers? That's something we have to think about, because otherwise you can elect a mayor who only got about 5% of the vote, but that is more than everybody else got. Right? You want to elect a mayor who represents the community, so who got at least a majority. How do you prune down the numbers without parties? The advantage of parties is that they can mobilize their numbers, and maybe you have just two, three main candidates. So the parties help to deal with the number issue, but there may be other things. It might exclude other people. So for inclusiveness, you might say, well, individual independent candidates make sense because then I don't need a party to sponsor me. Anybody who feels they are competent can stand. But then how do you bring the numbers down to some size that makes sense? Then in Accra, the Gadangbe Council raised an interesting question. If you look at the demographics of Accra, most of the people in Accra today are not Ghans. In fact, most of the MPs who are elected from Accra are not Ghans. The Ga MPs are in the minority. So the Gadangbe Council says, look, if you elect without parties, we may end up in a situation where no Ga mayor is elected. And we guys would think that's not good enough in our capital. Right? So it is not an insignificant concern. Right? So there is some value that the parties bring to local government elections. But there is also, people have problems with some of the ways in which when you bring parties, they polarize the community, there could be electoral violence, all of these things. So we have to weigh all of that. Right? All of that has to be weighed in making the appropriate recommendation for this to go forward. The women's constituency have also raised a question. When we elect without any affirmative action, we see that Ghanaians do not elect women. Despite the number of women in the population, there are so few women in parliament. Whether they are independent candidates or party candidates, we elect very few women. So if we were to elect mayors, everybody come and stand for mayor, how many mayors will we elect across the country? Should we find a way, some kind of an affirmative action or structure some arrangement that will make sure that there is representation for the demographic in our population that constitutes the majority? So again, I'm saying that to underscore the fact that the election idea is accepted. What we are now thinking through and want more ideas on and need proposals about is how do we do it so that the district, the metropolitan area, the municipality becomes the true engine of growth and not just to elect people. Somebody mentioned the District Assembly Common Fund being raised to 7.5. But why just 7.5? You don't want more? Why do you want? Of all the revenues of the country, when they are put together, the Accra people should take, the Accra elite should keep 92 point something percent there and bring you only 7.5 to distribute the whole country. Why? Why don't you ask for more? Why not at least double digit? 10, 12.5. Are you afraid? I mean, you don't want more money to come to you? You know, but these are all important questions that we have received from the various constituencies. And this is one of the biggest changes that we are looking at in terms of electing MMDCs. It will be a big, big change. So I think we should really think about that very, very, very deeply. And in many of the places we have gone to, we've gotten some very good contributions from current MMDCs, past MMDCs, those at the local government level, you know, district coordinating directors, a lot of these things. You know, when you elect the mayor, who is the mayor's cabinet? Is just the mayor, just the one person? Who's he going to work with? Is the district director of education going to report to the mayor or to their boss at the region or in Accra? Is the district director of health going to report? Who is they going to report to? We need to work out all of these things because there will be a connection between the political head in the district and the administrative head, the DCD, district coordinating directors, and all of that. All of that needs to be worked out, right? So there are a lot of implications. Then the point was raised about, you know, the current situation where, in the absence of a presiding member, if the Constitution makes no provision for who steps into the shoes, it's an omission. Whenever you create an office so that the office doesn't become vacant and the administration or the institution doesn't grind to a halt, you have to make provision for what happens in the absence of that person. So when we start electing mayor, we have to make provision for what happens if and when the mayor dies. Who is the mayor? What happens if the mayor resigns or is impeached? You cannot create a vacuum. So if there is no presiding officer, maybe we should have had a deputy presiding officer. Right? You have to have somebody who is there so that the whole administration doesn't fall apart when there is no, the incumbent is not there. I think your proposal about the waiver of the right to jury trial, I think that's what happens in some states in the US. You have the accused person's rights to waive and ask for a bench trial or trial by a judge. But in some places too, they have alternate jurors. So they choose, if they need 12 jurors, they'll choose about 15. And all 15 will participate in the thinking, in the expectation that if there was one juror who died, for example, then one of the alternate jurors would replace them. So you can have a much larger pool of jurors that you need to decide the matter. Right, so that's one way. And it goes also to the shadow MP idea. Right? Again, we said we're looking for solutions. By-elections have become very violent events. They have become, you know, just occasions for the parties to just, you know, fight and all of that. Should we find a solution to the problem? Does democracy mean that you must always have a by-election? Not necessarily so, right? In some states, in California, when the seat of the senator becomes vacant, whether by death or resignation or retirement or whatever, the governor of the state can appoint a senator for the duration, for the rest of the term of the. That's still democracy. So we must cut our democracy according to our size. You know, we mustn't just follow a practice because that is how it is done. Does this solve a problem for us, or does it create new problems? Right. So I think these are some of the things that we are trying to look for. When the Americans came to do their constitution the first time, they were also colonized by the English, but they didn't choose a monarchy. They didn't choose a prime minister. They created a new thing called president. They created something called vice president. That never existed in any country. But they still call it a democracy. They did it their own way. Right? So it is possible to do things our own way. We don't have to follow anybody's script. As long as it solves the problem we are trying to solve, that's what matters. Right? You know, so I think I would leave, I know that I can't exhaust all the issues, but we want to take more contributions, and then maybe in the last round we can answer some of the ones that we haven't answered. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Prof. Chair. So I believe there are a number of us here who have questions, and then finally we'll come to Nananum. So if you're one of them, can we please line up in 10? My lady friend there. Yes, kindly let's follow suit here and do that quickly. So we line up in 10 and do justice to that.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. What's her name? Madam Anna. Just before we start. I just want to give some guidance. Okay. Okay, so just before we start with the questions, I just want to give you a recap of some of the issues raised in the other regions on our rounds, so that you can, in addition to whatever points you intend to make, once you have some thoughts on this, you can give us your reaction here or in writing. On our rounds, we've heard suggestions that there should be revenue sharing or some allocation of revenue to communities from natural resources mined or exploited in particular communities. So if you take a place like the Ntakoradi, for example, we know that Cape 3 Points, there's some mining or hydrocarbons going on there. A certain percentage of the revenue should be hived off and given to the community. What do you think about this suggestion?
Central is lithium.
And central region, I hear there is lithium, so perhaps may inure to your benefit. What do you think? We've also heard suggestions that the MP's tenure in Parliament should be limited to only 2 terms. What do you think about this? We've also heard that persons living with disability should be allowed to retire on their salaries. And several reasons have been given for this suggestion, including the fact that they normally do not go to school early enough, and therefore they have a short working period. And when they are done on pension, there isn't much they can do, and therefore some room should be given to them by way of retiring on their salaries. It's also been suggested that Nananum should be given some adjudicatory powers to be able to adjudicate on some matters, including domestic matters between husband and wife and others. I do not know what members or the audience think, or even Nananum here think, that we should be given some adjudicatory powers. We've also had suggestions that because of the roles played by chiefs in lobbying for development for their areas, some money should be designated and paid to them on monthly basis. This has been challenged in some places, but in some places, well, it has stood the test of time.
Age to stand for presidential election.
Yes. In some places, we've had great challenges with the age for contesting for presidency. Should it be the same as the voting age for 18? Should we move it from 40 to 30 or 35? And at the extreme end, should we also say that once you hit 70, you cannot be eligible to stand for presidency? So that we cap the ages on both sides, including the minimum and the maximum. Because the Supreme Court judges retire at 70, the general populace will retire at 60. Why should you be allowed to stand for presidency at the age of 70? Great. And then the appointment of ministers from parliament is one theme that runs through all that we've had. Most people think that we should have a strict separation of powers. If you are a minister, you are a minister. If you are a lawmaker in parliament, stay there. The day you are appointed as minister from parliament, you must resign. That's a suggestion that has come up. Then we've also had suggestions that seats should be created in parliament for the youth, for disabled persons, and for some categories of women, so that we have slots for them in addition. Then we've also had a suggestion that regulations or allies to laws should be, Parliament should be obliged to come up with allies to implement statutes or laws passed within a period, maybe 6 months, so that it will deal with some of the issues raised here, for example, the Disability Act, despite the fact that the act has been passed, but the regulations are not in force. So this is just to give you a head start of what the collection of ideas we've gathered on our journey around this country. And if you have thoughts on same, feel free to respond to them now, or if you wish to give us some written opinions, we'll be very glad to have them. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Just as you heard, these are a collection of ideas by Ghanaians who also want to see a review in these areas. So I believe you're ready to give us more. But let me also introduce to you Dr. Gideon Kweku Obosu, who is Kwesi Obosu. I'm giving you Kweku, right? Don't worry. Yes, he is doing the sign language for us. So we're moving straight into your concerns.
Madam, thank you. Chairman Pocho Medawasi, Wakwenya Menya. Oframi Emmanuel Cobinson, Mekasefi Emmanuel Cobinson, if you Ejumako Enyanesiam. Me concern number one. Ya pass HIV AIDS mbra. Yade el condemn Yarabano. Wo nimbre numuno, ose aban ombo foto bi nto na yenjina do ne yemfa nkon yareba no ye bekesi yesinde dam foto no womboy na waboso a skere biere ndim nti ama yenuanom a wo dam tibia no mu no yenyimbuo bi de boa hon nti ye besre de ono nso won sha aban na tedema common fund na disability fund what percentage a wode tum no wo first ke bi ntum dam man otodo bio parliamentarians and MPs we won as ministers, but wonchum. Now, say obi boko parliament was oye mbrashe budwen. Won't make sure that obi biara all contest to be an MP onyimbra. Onyimbra. Onyimbra chere adade wesuambra because no we juma no workeye so do dey be near share TV do a what shambra na no order especially when they are considering bills obi mu wonko because my work and one task. And the best said so be contest as MP. Yan financial constitution mu there or there onyimra. Medasi. Otodubio corruption why a problem or manyimu because of aketua sema onkoye. Teacher in pedo a politician, doctor pedo a politician because one would you on kaye. Wapa Fair Wages and Salary Commission. The one share adwuma for aketua. Now so Article 71 was one set up committee. Now one share president nede. President we are share parliament wadi nti wo gwagware wo ho. Now so do yam ye do a. Ano was sike wo mpacho aketua sem nyina one fan share Fair Wages and Salary Commission sa. Judges, parliamentarians, president nala. One for ketua sem nyina fan share Fair Wages and Salary Commission. Na one hwe nyina mai. Es gracia. Me problem pa ye judges. I stand to be corrected. So once we GBA. What for the judge every 4 years be robaje es gracia. O ya wa retire one salary do. Mpacho wontwom. Yen nyinara yen just net.
All right, thank you. We have limited time, so I think you need to allow others to.
Very last
you have
one.
2 minutes. You've exceeded the time.
Very last one. And I'm Pomacho, what's this? Obi bedo mampanyina. So ofi agwada. Mfa basan tem. And I say oye boni bia. Yebotum na yedna fambra kwando. Se mfa basan twam a wontum wanya na hwe. Bono so yimi de bon ontwam. Enti as long as nipa no won kwa no tasede. Se yenhum de na mamu no chu bi koya yemfa ngire mranyim. Medase.
Committee members, Mananum, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Harriet Aidan-Sego from the Regional Educational Directorate. We are speaking to Article 25 that talks about free education or right to quality education. We think that quality education should be what the emphasis should be, not just right to education, should be right to quality education, so that we can lay emphasis on the quality and what we expect. We are suggesting that the language quality be added to the education. Again, concerning free and compulsory basic education, now that we are aware that basic education involves pre-tertiary, that is secondary schools, we are asking that there should be a clause requiring some timely provisions for our schools and oversight. Again, we are saying that some practical implementation should be added, issues on implementation should be added to some of the issues in the Constitution. And then we also talk about teacher welfare. The Constitution mentions teachers, but it doesn't add anything concerning their development, professional development, and welfare. On TVET, it is mentioned in the Constitution, but it doesn't align to some of our systems. We are asking that if it can be made equal and then started, like some have suggested, we start it early enough in our schools and integrate it in our educational system, it will help us. And then again, decentralization of resource allocation. We are suggesting that district directorates be given the opportunity to be autonomous so they can take certain decisions and they should be provided resources to do so. And then our last one is safeguarding education and emergencies. We're all here when COVID came and our schools had to go down. We are asking that certain clauses be put in so that in case of emergencies or pandemics, some schools, for instance, we know what is going on at Boko now, schooling has become something else. So if there's a policy, then that could be taken up, and then we can all have good education. Thank you very much.
Are you submitting a memorandum to the committee, or you have?
We will submit it. The details are here, but because of the 2 minutes, so we'll submit it to the website you have suggested. Thank you very much.
And please introduce yourself and let us know where you're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Chairperson, all protocols duly observed. My name is Rich Love Amamo, also known as Mama Awochu Ajagba II. I'm the head of the Regional Department of Gender. I have a lot of issues here, but because of the time, I will highlight on 3 main issues. I'll look at child marriage in the 1992 Constitution and the harmful cultural practices. And I'll be looking at procurement, and then the position of paramount queen mothers in the Chieftaincy Act. So with child marriage, we know with the 1992 Constitution, this thing doesn't want me to talk. So under the harmful cultural practices, they mentioned child marriage. And child marriage falls under harmful cultural practices and sexual and gender-based violence. Now, when it comes to the legal implications, it stated a minimum age of marriage shall be 18 years. And then penalty for child marriage, a fine not exceeding 500, or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, or both. And it's further stated, this is also subjected to the age of child, which may imply defilement charges. That is 7 to 25 years if the child is below 16 years. Now, my concern here is about the imprisonment term. Now, it says 500 Ghana, and that child, under the Children's Act 560, 1998, everything the Act frowned on, that child is subjected to that. The child will be deprived of education, her rights, her fundamental rights, that is education. The child will be deprived of her childhood. The child will go through torture. The child will be an early mother. And with all this, and it's stating that a fine not exceeding 500. Now, it is possible that child can have a health issue when giving birth. That is fistula. That wasn't considered. And then the term of 1 year imprisonment, not exceeding 1 year. I am of the view that the age of the child can be divided into two, so that the perpetrator of the act can take one of it. Now, the second thing is the jail term. I'm talking about the jail term. The Constitution stated it with the Children's Act that any person below 18 years is a child. So that child must not be in marriage. And so if that child is pushed into marriage, and those who accepted that, the Constitution says those people will be jailed 1 year each, a term of 1 year, or fined 500 Ghana, not less, more than 500. That is what the Constitution says. And I am of the view that the jail term of 1 year is too low. At least it should be 10 years. Because if defilement, it's from 7 to 25 years, and rape is from 5 to 25 years. We should remember that girl will face rape in that marriage because she's a child. She will be forced to do things that she's not willing to do. And she will not have a voice to speak because she's a child. So we should consider the jail term. From that 1 year, we should send it to 10 years. Thank you. Now, my second issue has to do with procurement. The Constitution of Ghana does not directly address procurement. Instead, the Procurement Act. But I am of the view that procurement should consider gender issues in procurement processes. Gender can be leveraged to advance gender equality. This involves considering gender impact throughout the procurement cycle, from needs assessment to contract management. So what I am trying to say is, because procurement doesn't have a gender lens, the cycle, the process, they don't consider the different needs of the different gender. That if it is about infrastructure, with procurement, they will not look at, let me take a practical example of classroom block. Do they consider the gender issues involved? Do they take gender disaggregated data before putting up the structure? Do they even think they will buy in the offices if it is gender sensitive? Do they think of gender budgeting, where they will think that the desks we are purchasing, it shouldn't be open, so that ladies with skirts, when they sit and you sit in front of them, you will not look at their thighs, watch their thighs. Do they consider that? The staircase, do we consider the staircase? Do we consider the gender issues involved? Staircases are open. So if I'm with this slit and the back is open, I'm climbing up, and a guy is standing downstairs, you can see through. So if we are talking about procurement, we should take this into consideration. When you come to education, we are looking at the back to school policy in education. Have we put measures in place? Before a policy must be formulated, or developed, we should think about the gender issues. I stand here as the gender director and looking at all these issues with gender lens. Now, the girl child, according to the policy, when the child put to birth or give birth, the child can still return to school. Now, let's take it a child who doesn't have a parent to take care of the child. Do we have a nursery in the schools that these children can leave their babies and sit in the class? Even the teachers can also leave their babies there in the nursery, not only for the students, but the teachers. Now, when it comes to the washrooms, is it gender sensitive or responsive? We don't take disaggregated data. Then we put up washrooms, 2 for the guys, 2 for the girls. And we know the population of girls are always more than the boys in the schools, but we give them 2. Then there are changing rooms. When the girl has menstruated, do we make provisions for that? Okay, let me just leave it here. Now let me continue with the paramount queen mothers. Let me speak for the traditional leaders. I stand here to protect all in the region. So permit me, please. Distinguished chairperson, with our traditional leaders, when we come to the accounts tradition, it is the Queen Mother that installs the chief. Let's take it at the paramountcy level. She installs the paramount chief, and then later, she will be marginalized, that marginalization. They are not at the decision-making table when it gets to the traditional councils. They don't have a voice to speak at the traditional councils, the paramount Queen Mothers. Now, what is the role of the Queen Mother? Their role is to protect the well-being of women and children in their jurisdiction. So the Queen Mother automatically becomes...
Can you get to your specific proposal? Can you get to the specific proposal?
Yes. So my proposal is, since the Queen Mothers are mentors for the adolescent girls and children in their jurisdiction, they should be permitted to sit at the decision-making table at the traditional council. Thank you very much.
Prof. Chair, everyone, good afternoon. Patrick Isuabo Ahomia. I am an assistant scientific officer at Ghana Standards Authority. Can you hear me? It's better now. Yes. So, my first question would be if during your thematic stakeholders, whether you've met management of the Ghana Standards Authority. If it wasn't done, I would really urge you, Ghana Standards Authority. We are the statutory body responsible for the management of the nation's quality infrastructure. So basically standards. So we do this through standardization. That's where we develop standards, conformity assessment, and then the last bit is metrology. But before I get into that, I want to make a few submissions before I get into that. On the local government, we need to understand that the local government, there is no decentralization. It's a fact. And two, if we allow for the parties to get involved, I mean, look at the by-elections. Look at the elections, the roughness of it. It would mess everything up. Excuse me for my bad language, but that is the truth. So there should be, parties should be taken out of it. What I feel can be done is if the government feels that probably a DCO would probably work against them, that can easily be solved. What is the role of the local government? They are supposed to be given funds to do specific targets. So we bring in the private sector standards. You give them KPIs. Okay, so, and I feel that we don't see the development in our local because nobody gets punished at the district level for no work done. There is no punishment. Nobody loses the job. But in the private sector, if you're an executive, you don't perform, you lose your job. So it's simple. We get an MOU signed between the government and the local. These are the KPIs. These are the things that I want you to use the money to do. A, B, C, D. These are the funds that I will make available. These are the entrenchments that I will make available. Then I will measure your performance. Because it's simple. Build a school, build a hospital, build a road. I'm giving you this amount of money. It can be measured. And then if you don't meet those KPIs, then you lose your position. It's pretty straightforward. I feel that will work. And also, I feel that when it comes to the bill, our constitution, I don't see finance as part of our Bill of Rights. But a whole body, Bank of Ghana, has been made autonomous to handle our finances. Why can't we do the same for education? Why can't we have an autonomous institution strictly for education so that these issues of politicians coming in to really mishandle, let me put that way, mishandle our education, it's really, really not helping the country. It's really not helping the country. So if we could have our education autonomous, and the next, if you can have also Ministry of Health, because these are the things that are in the Bill of Rights, our health, our education. And if we could have bodies as autonomous, so that we don't have government influencing. And then if government wants to check their work, they get an MOU signed. If you meet them, then you continue. If you don't meet them, then no confidence, then you are taken off that position. And I feel that it would help. And then now on standardization, even as I review the Constitution, there is nothing on standards. I mean, I stand to be corrected, but there's nothing mentioned. And that's why I initially said that if you haven't met our management, I would urge you to do that. But currently, we have the national quality policy. And like Prof said, if the policy isn't translated into law, the politicians would not work with it. If it serves their needs, they would. If it doesn't serve their needs, they will leave it behind. So it's about time that we really let the standards be part of the Constitution so that our ministers are forced to work with it. Another bit that is really important to me that I want to add up and then bring my submission to a close is really on our health. And so that I'm not probably misquoted as probably misleading the public, the problem currently with our instrumentations, in fact, let me put it this way. This morning, one of the radio stations, one of the newscasters mentioned that he went to do an MRI at 3 different labs. And all these 3 different labs gave him different results. And he tried to give reasons for it, but he was off because it wasn't really about the age or the newness of the MRI machine. It was simply about the fact that that machine has not been calibrated to check that the results that it's supposed to give are within the errors of deviations. And that's simply it. With age, you only increase the frequency of the inspections that you give it. And that's the problem with our health. Most of our health equipment, instruments, with these are not calibrated. And these things are being used on us. And government, my office, we tried to really get, but it's like, because there's no enforcement on the government to put money into it, it's like nobody seems to be concerned about it. I feel that if government is forced to spend money, at least health is one of our Bill of Rights. If government is at least forced to spend on making sure that money is put into calibrating these equipment, it becomes easy for all of us as a country. And that's my submission. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel Saki, Cape Coast GFD, the chairman. So thank you so much. The stability and employment percentage that she mentioned, we all agree with that. It must be implemented. We so make agree can get something to it. Thank you so much. All right, so I salute all of you. So my name is Nana. I'm a teacher at the School for the Deaf, Cape Coast. I have 3 issues. The first that Mr. Saki talked about has to do with the sign language. He wants to add very little to support that. It seems that in our schools, there are many deaf people who have vision viewing, right? So the interpretation that we have in television, you see that small section of persons, with interpretation, it is not clear. It doesn't get to benefit anyone. The second one had to do with, in the school, the vocational section, they have it there in the school. So many deaf people who finish the basic school, they get to do that. And after that, there's nothing for them. So we want the TVET or the vocational section to have more resources over there so that at least they can get the training they need, so that when they finish and leave out school, they can get to establish themselves. And also for more persons with disabilities to be trained in there. And the third point it has to do with licensing, driving licensing. Yes, either he has a license to drive his, to ride his motor, but anytime
development plan. I have, well, of course, when my one of the
2021 of the Constitution, which gives the President the power to appoint the Inspector General of Police with a consultation of the Council of State. However, the Constitution is silent as to how the Inspector General of Police appointment is terminated. It has been the practice that the President appoints and is having the authority to fire. We all know that the public service or the public servants retired at the age of 60. Here is the case that if we still go on with this, having the authority to appoint and having the authority to fire, tomorrow the president wake up and said, I'm not interested in the IGP. Without any recourse for explanation to anybody, So I am suggesting that there should be a provision in the Constitution to protect the tenure of office of the Inspector General of Police. It shouldn't just be fired anyhow. At least there should be a process. It should go through a process like the other commissioners. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lily Pomo Ponyabua from the Law Students Union, Faculty of Law, UCC. I have two questions. The first has to do with the justiciability of the Chapter 6 rights. The position of the law has moved over the years, and it's currently that rights under Chapter 6 are presumably justiciable, and the person who initiates an action under Chapter 6 has the burden of proof to prove that they are indeed justiciable. However, in establishing that, the courts did not necessarily state the facts to establish to prove that they are justiciable. And I think that in reviewing the Constitution, they should be definite whether the said rights are to be justiciable. If they are to be presumably justiciable, what facts must be established to prove that they are justiciable? And my second issue has to do with Article 12. Majority of the people did not side with the actions of the minority. Their rights to equality, against discrimination, and all that should be infringed upon. And I don't think that was the intent of the framers of the Constitution. So if public interest could be given a definite description so that it doesn't give judges a wide discretion to introduce what they think it should mean. Thank you.
My name is John Atta, a teacher. Mr. Chairman, may I make the following proposals? One, I'll be very glad that there should be an upper limit for the MPs. It should be 3 terms to meet our current dispensation. Second one, we should continue reviewing the Constitution. I'm sure a child born 1992 is about 33 years old now. It's interesting. So every 16 years, we should have a way to review this Constitution, because at youth level, 16 years, and very soon you get to your second decade. Every decade, certain things change. So let it put it in the white paper that it should be legislated that every 16 years we should have a review. I'm still taken aback why we still don't have a separate office for Attorney General and Minister of Justice. What is happening? Who is to ensure that? And all that we have. My last point is, yes, we have media, CSOs, marketplace conversation, barbering shop conversation. But how can we effectively measure certain projects or policies being undertaken by various institutions, including central government? Though sometimes we hear that, oh, it has been approved by the MPs, whatever, but genuinely on the ground for the populace, we don't approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The chair, good evening. Good afternoon. Other protocol observed. My name is John Sebastian Jane, a student, a blind union leader, and a worker. I thank you very much for this opportunity. Looking at it, all the gathering here, if you have given it to persons with disability, it will even not be enough for them. I listened to my friends from the Eastern region, the one played for us, and other friends that spoke before me. Taking note from it, all that they are trying, or we are trying to say is that we can do it had it not been a mark on us. And the mark on us is not limited to us. It can happen to anybody today, tomorrow, and any other day. The shelter that we have in life is government. Parents, friends, and others. Sometimes some of us here, you and your brother, you don't talk. You and your sister, you don't talk. And it cuts across because of human nature. The only shelter we have is government. So if that shelter, we are enjoying free education from scratch going. When we get to the university, the free help is there. But before you gain admission, the university is autonomous. You have to pay fees. Even though government question is, when this money comes and hit the university account, straightforward, 10% charge is taken on it. And when the disbursement will be made for your money to be given to you, it's another problem. The finance department has its own discretion on when to give you that money. For the 10% that we know, why should government give us money to pay our fees? And if it hits the university account, 10% is taken out of it. We want to plead. Every student at university level has a momo. If it could be possible that our monies could be paid on our momo or into our student account, so that that 10% could help us do something. I'm very grateful our lecturers are here. My lecturers, the moment you give out handout or books in the lecture, reading it, they are reading. The blind student is there. Take it there, they will process it for you. How many days does it take for that book to be processed for the student? And the quiz.
Therefore propose that we make an amendment to Article 286. Amendment to Article 286 to reflect the fact that even if it's not for publication, there ought to be verification. There ought to be verification. So that the article should read that after making the submission to the Auditor General ought to verify those declarations made. And then my second point is on the issue of death penalty. Again, I believe that as a country, by the promulgation of the amendment to the Criminal Offences Act and then the Armed Forces Act, it is quite clear that we wish to move to the total abolition of the death penalty. But as we speak, we do know that Article 33 still has death penalty for what we consider as high crimes. So as we are amending the Constitution, I wish to draw the attention of the commission or the committee to that fact, so that as we move forward, we make the amendment to reflect the general consensus of the public. And then lastly, still on the issue of the fighting corruption, I believe that over the years, we've had a challenge where Auditor General comes out with a report, same is reported to the Public Account Committee of Parliament, they sit on it, and from where I sit, we don't see much being done about that. So I make a proposal that, as we've done for the Office of the National Prosecutor, giving them prosecutorial powers, we should do same for the Auditor General. So that after going through auditing and coming out that report, it doesn't just sit there and go to Parliament, they set up committee and sit on it. But then,
they, as an entity, can go to court and then prosecute people who are found culpable. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Prof. Chair, the Constitution Review members, committee members, and distinguished guests. I'm Benedicta Anita Mensah from Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My first submission is on the Council of State, the formation of a we normally see grown-ups only, and there is no representation of a youth in the Council of State. For all you know, we have issues where they can make better impact or give, certain direction to help decision making. And secondly, it's about our sustainable agriculture we are all looking at. Whatever we do, we know that agric science is the backbone of the economy of Ghana. But you ask yourself, is there a policy framework in the Constitution, apart from those that are embedded in various areas like the Forestry Department, lands, other departments? The Constitution does not clearly give out, a policy, a structure that governs how the sustainable, agric economy must be taken to, a higher pedestal. And so I am appealing that as much as we know that we need to develop and we need to drive our economy, there should be a direct policy so that no government comes to do something small and then decide to, say that I have been able to touch on the Ministry of Agriculture. We want innovation clearly spelled out. We want advancement clearly spelled out in the Constitution so that whenever you assume office, you know that this is the direction we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Chief Superintendent of Prisons, Frank Ameho, Maximum Security Prison here in Ankafo. The first thing I wanted to talk about, my brother spoke about it on the Article 71 office holders. So I think I'll just briefly want to add that the Constitution provides that I think their salaries are determined by the President upon recommendations of a committee composed again by the President. So I really think maybe, as he said, an independent body, maybe the Fair Wages Commission, look at these things, look at the wages of these Article 71 office holders so that it would be in reality with the economic situation of our time. The other thing I want to speak about is about Article, I think, the chapter on human rights, about convicted persons and their term of imprisonment. I think the Constitution provides that the time they spend in custody, lawful custody, should be considered when sentencing. I think it will be necessary to be explicitly stated so that if they are sentenced to a term of imprisonment, it should begin from the time they spent in lawful custody. Because as it is now, when you are sentenced, the sentence begins from the time you are imprisoned. So if you do 5 years on remand and you are sentenced today, it starts from the time you are sentenced. So it will maybe have to be explicitly stated that the sentencing should begin from the time of lawful detention. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Eno Kojo Forsen. My question is, currently looking at global happenings, we see that climate variability and disasters are becoming a normal everyday occurrence. As a nation, we have not actually considered disaster-related issues as part of our constitution, because most of the disasters that are happening, considering the various portions of the constitution that deals with the disaster-related issues, they are not specific to the current happenings. And we see that they are increasing on everyday basis. The funding of disasters are largely reactive instead of being proactive. So I want to plead with the committee if something can be done specifically in addressing disaster-related issues in the country. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is DSP Roxanne Minta, Maximum Security Prison, Ankafo. Please, I want to stress on, I want to suggest that our brothers and sisters who are in our custody, most of them are artisans, tailors, masons and others. They have a lot there that we can consider in building our nation when it comes into infrastructure and others. Some government projects like school buildings and others, I think we can involve them. The prisoners, the human resources there. Most of them they have talents and they have a lot that they can support the country, but we don't make use of them. And they are just there. So I want to suggest that if we are doing something, we should consider them so that they can also help the nation when it comes into building of some of our infrastructures in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I'll quickly move to Nananom. We need to hear the traditional authorities so that the committee will attend to your responses. In this case, I know Nana Hima was first to approach me, so she's ready. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the committee, I am Nana Ampofwa Mprajwa Yeboah II, the Queen Mother of Asen Suta, and the Divisional Queen Mother of the Benkum Division of the Apimanim Traditional Area. I'm here representing the Omanhene, Nana Kwame the 13th of Asen Manso. Our submission to the review is that there is the need to strengthen the local authority governance to give traditional authorities a greater role. The Constitution, as we all know, frowns on chiefs being partisan. There is many things traditional leaders can achieve without being partisan. In most smaller communities, for example, traditional leaders in the form of chiefs, queen mothers, etc., are usually the first line of development. They are also the first line of arbitration in those communities. So giving them adjudicator powers is in line with this role. If their powers are, however, curtailed or taken from them, it will have dire consequences for the state. Traditional leaders, chiefs, queen mothers, have a part to play and work together with authorities. The Constitution should not downplay the role of chiefs and queen mothers. Finally, I would like to reiterate the statement by the Gender Director that queen mothers should be at the decision-making table because by reason of their role in the community, they add great value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nana Hima.
My name is Nana Ege Aye II. I'm a divisional chief from the Asen Apren traditional area like my queen mother here. Since my queen mother has mentioned the topic that I wanted to discuss, I'm just going to skip that and just buttress my chairman's point that we need to look at our local language. When you come to Asin Apimenim, we don't speak English in our palace. We speak the Twi language. Because of that, I'm going to skip my English and go to Twi. Nananom, enemy and Yanma Shiamuaha. Ye krom kasa a ye Twi no, eya kan kasa, ufia kan memua, obi anso ne dia oka. Em say eya yira kakra. Nia utie nia nana committee no kane nananom ahyia wa ha kana. Uba yen yahimfia uye divisional chief na wo ye program bia wo ho a won kan brofo wo ho ye ka twi nti pese me ma chairman ti asese apemenim de oba ho a ye fi ase ye saade no na se ye betimi aye saade no ma na akwa akire nso a e wo se ye timi eboa na schools no ai wo Ghana ha no ye twi in the 60s yen ye nyi no na ye twi wo school wo ye nkrani a wo ye nkran kasa na say abraba mo numa bebre asesa me ye wo me nkran enso me asen ni wo kasa me nka twi trodo a me ntimi nka no papa e abrabo nti ye papa mo etututu kwan akoye ye nyuma bebre but ye du ba bia ye hwa ye kasa no ye ayira nti se omo say ye hwe na ye kasa no ye mfa nya adwuma ye besre say ye mane hye ye constitution ni mu say Twi language no ana say Ghana kasa no etimi kirebi e o school sene a tete no etie no say ukọ enkrofo bebre fi a eye omo fe say omo ne omo ma no mo e kan brofo udu baabi na wonte brofo a na wo de na wonima aguase en wo say ba ne sa brofo enkire nyansa ye de fifie nti say ene ye nyina ye te ha ye kan bibia e wo say you make sure say schools no ana ebetimi akere enkwala no na ye nyina ye ho atoyen wohwe Chinese president Oshia Trump anya so ntibrofo oka Chinese kasa ama ne ohwehwe bia ne sakan ye nti adentina ye de ye hia ba bia gi say waka twi no ansa ama waka brofo ama ye hu say otibrofo me matena America almost 28 years and so me twi no me renfi ye nti committee ene nananum ma hia mu ha mo yem fa constitution ni mu se ne be ya ye betimi akere ye manu ye krom kasa no me damase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're from Nana Kwame Tipu Amanfo, Obatan of our broad traditional area. At the sumo meeting, to the 11th. Because create na maka me feel that democracy na kasa na ye practice no on Africa, especially Ghana. Every 4 years CBR boye nyiska ode ekọ pebosa na ye de boto aba 4 years CBR boso na ye de Ghana ye te time bomb do me feel that ode ye pekoni bia ye be hyehyɛ democracy a obobo hen a o man yen say iske bebre na oma inhusumba wa bra ye boto aba. President honor no appoint a chief justice, a electoral commissioner. Into 4 years CBR boss and when na hoyem shishin police commander, a IGP niyem shishin the abano kope no solo call. The menza manu me feel there or they yeshe hoye. Ne se ye be form body be obeye nananum ne aswar like National House of Chiefs ni churches Muslim community ni other bodies are woboboa police council na we choose why ye bibi otete them na we fi abani sema me fi there obobo hen obama hen inhu a ayo obeye mu bebrebe wa abatu mu no obete wodo hen course so boko fom opeyin only yasambia no okan there Omana wonfa one kasa wonfa ye adwuma ni nkro bebre etumpo na what ho kasa wo de tumpo oye nokwar China ka ho India ne ka ho what ho kasa na ra na wo de tete wo kro no ma wo kro na etumpo ne ntumfo bi ne kasa ntu kro mpon da mala so na ne ntumfo bi ne som mfe ntu kro mpon ye ba ha mo ye hwedi Muslimi fu bobo pay Christo fu bobo pay. We are the custodians of this land. Here nananum honyamia what the chichir omano we are to nchai masre there wobo ma bam there any state program biara no wobo kunsa woba kai ho nananum osan the Chinese fo one zaman want to enchene Indian for Buddhism ni e want to enchene one perfect. This is foreign objects are given to us by so-called colonial masters. Yan to has in chin, and careful bineze, or Sunday. One for us at the beginning, chair which you fear, Medase.
Mr. Chairman, Poto, or Flemna answer for Motor Dawachi. Most is in there. I'm the Ghana, Yasha, say, yeah, free education. Na nukwenyi obe yesu abobo papa na hemu bi ye honyi de yenim de hen education system on shasi fi kindergarten o shasi fi nursery enso no free education no de nursery de won ka ho kura se eco communities bia nukwenyi oye burden ma ho papa de mpo wo benya teacher obekere ho ade when your teacher aketiasem or your burden nti mususuyi there so be here free education no yen stand no ho baby kakra so nko nursery onam there honye ehwemu a homponye foundation masema otode bie eyi oyenananom ho asema menyim there obal oman ni nchukyere a nananom ye play role papa oye oman numbui na ne nchukyere na azi hinara nananom ye ka ho bi papa na obiala so asabi ori ye dwuma de so mo man so oya at least agatua kakra bi ho man nananom ye dwuma ji ayeredi akonya ba na azi bebre wom na odume bia na oya atese kakra kasam na azi owum nti nananom ye besre de demre obiala yeduma wo man brebi kakra no nka bosomo so a nka atris onhini biala nitini wo national graduate system oye gazelle chief de nka wo man brebi kakra but o masamai
Prof Chair from no Bimpon Otu the fourth na me suggestion na Mr. Only the Yeshe oye impuntu juma development also urban development and also rural development. But normally urban there's way rural development now. Onam do ocean musu sinyi de incha we involve the leaders of the area. Sanananuma woman way involve our supervise work now or when normally so why you go to Amimukruma the way I obey and them go to and obey and keep costa. But if I contracted the ABA as a standing here into any day about the Yawan as the major man aid and as a mum into Muntumakan Musu sing there so Ubutuma or function now over there at least look ahead to know rights the quality of worker. Worrying on Wokrum, I mean, maybe I obey, no, so we tuna, we jina on the corona. Today being school, some Obika Caning, you are harmful. You may Caning on ye, but on us, what did it say? And I will be brave. My sister, you to me, Jingina to them, Caning no one, I can one ma in you so on your many more. Pain in your afraba so in pain. To say as a canon as in a restricted form. I will regulate them movies in abortion. If you Obama, a you saw waba or many mum pain we abofraba so wasan we bu pain. Some is support the damn punishment, corporal punishment, corporal 1 year 1 function me now on to na umbra. Ma masan marking be on you there mufwa there heads of independent institutions on 1 term in office should not be coterminous to that of the president. My last one. Only the wajina nanu me powers be bree. By a krubia wajis or me opa. No be a one who krum penefrana and then the senua as an aswa. As we go police station, grab post for 1 casson. President Bakajoro, new constitution bibia. Nana so for number no so intimate one. Wanting to be now a powers in the Bimbre na nina why to the division of labor. Maria bidding a berry be. Nessanina cook abanunda on na one my hem and what to pansam Madame Massin.
Yo Mezinze Nana appears Robu Abra Abbas Ozekru. Nka Mrenka say because as some Nananum waka. But more a yaw in there. Obeying a problem. No other alcohol police station. Walk out the baby also. Oh, young fan common and anum wanka. In yan yaka, as some dreba. Naso so be a PB. Now say, your reporter ma, police. But now I show Dean waka chada, Nana American then. Ye only your constitution. Into Obaya, into 1 man year 2 ma. Yerididi ahenzeno wa brase ma waji fi nanan mo biam yesre wontu mo nhwe ne yenya na police yinara mpo ne ire nya asam no dem ka baba nana ho nana hwe na kama police yin be nya asam e ma ekodo echi na wa akwafa nana mpo choka kama yesre wan nananom obandama ya mobo e wo baby in the wama we boys motor riders ekwobu ewa no kape also police in automotive mam officer bi no auto mam yentumi yanka ho hwe yesre won hwe won di do man na ye bre da won ase
wo frem nana owusu kokko a motode bien me o hen wo abrodunko nseme bien na mepeda bede to mpemfu hmenim George kani Hona wonnim krum na ho adwenni mu akan minyim se constitution bibi o ma order abanen obo won ho bra wo yi ho fi krum no wo pe bibi wo de mo hwan no wo siesie hwan oya the margin oya aweho kakra ye kasa tourism ho abrofo na dodo na wo be ye krum na so bibi o te da ban nkanka gwe ha edama ihye bia na oya asefim minyim se bia bibi o ma obotu oda hye constitution ma oto de bin yan yempinfo a wo Britain sisi a mfi a wode to aban wode ba mfi duesia nti minyim se mobotu wedi ho dwuma bi a sisi a hemmo friend mfi duesia obi oho ma na adwenum ni mo epiu papa nti se wohwe na woye hu bibi no bi ya won fintintim na woma onko mpemfu enyim na here presidency no so amimususu there 60 years na woko pension da obiala when 70 years and one more me egwan ho kra ontre fi no onko dwen no ho onko hwe ne na mo na na nkanso amo da mo wo makan da masi yamin shi obiara.
Yo, Prof. Chairman, Paul from Nana Amenya Akwa the third. May be hima wa Abra Traditional Council. Mean ahim funu wa aka bebre nemom ekware na nka bi de ka nkompa nkoye tina maka kakra bi. Ma how na ma de srede mepɛ dɛ meka ɛnɛ wɔyɛ review yi sɛ wɔbɔtum a wɔma ɔnkɔ constitution no mu mma hɛn ɔyɛ ahemaafo ɛna ahemfo ɛnyɛ obiara na sɛbia ɔwɔ ne private car ɛna sɛ obi wɔ mpo a ɔwɔ bi a ebi a ɔrekɔ baabi car na asɛe in fact ɛyɛ na sɛ yɛnam kwan do apolisifo ɛkwan a wɔde hɛn fa do no ɔnyɛ apolisifo ɔnam dɛ ɔnyi mmara mu ma hɛn no nti wɔyɛ ma wɔpɛ obi wɔ hɔ a ɔhemaa bi anaa ɔhene bi rekɔ meeting ɔte taxi mu na wastɔp taxi driver wɔde na ɛkɛgye n'akyiri hɔ wɔbɛkasa lepɛntɛm bodu mpo na wo meeting ne time apa ho ɛhu nso mpamtɔ mɛgye bere sama bi ato hɛn sɛ de wo private car na sɛ ahyehyɛ ho iyɛ de mi dala obi nana kɔ na sɛ ipɛ ho asɛm ka fa taxi a ɔno iyɛ de mi a wɔhu dɛ yɛ nana because it taxi nti yɛsrɛ sɛ onyi mbrɛ mu a wɔn ɔnya mbrɛ no wɔn wɔhu dɛ wɔhu ahemaafo na ahemfo a ɔfa ho kaa la ɔtim wɔn respect wɔn kakra ma yɛn yɛsrɛ ɛna nana so ɔka asɛm bi dɛ yɛne kasaa wɔma inki nkom ɔkama nko na yɛn nyinaa nananom anka yɛbɛsrɛ dɛ dɛm kɔ subject math english science na itwa nsa na akɔ sukuu no wɔmfa yɛn language no ɔnka ho na ɔnyɛ 4 core subjects wɔmfa nka ho mu ɔnyɛ ne 3 english na ɔnyɛ yɛn kasaa nti wɔma yɛn so yɛ language no mɛka ho itumi pass wo kurom kasa na enye sukuu ti dɛm wɔyɛ no medam ase.
Yo, Mrs. Nana Kusi Buedum. Mukro Nizenze Fojo Chrome or Abra State. A Dama Kakasana some yesterday, the one Sancho Hobby Musande Echo Parliament. One can't chew one can't Casabiaro the brofo. Nti megim de sɛ yɛde sase fi parliament a ɔbɛboa hɛn so na hɛn nkura ahodoɔ no so ma hɛn so yɛtumi na yɛdze akyire ma mede te akyire no ma ɔtɔ do kakra mepɛ dɛ motwe since a yɛhwɛ constitution no mu no committee no wɔtwe ho no adwene do menyim mmara de sɛ mmara no consider sabi mazenkran bɛyɛ mfato ɛhɔ na metena medzim paa na endem krom a anhwa at every 300 meters bia bohu na obi the boxes hɔ na kama ɔre asɔr bebre na sɛ ɔre ayɛ dɛ wɔdza yɛ ho adwuma ma wɔyɛ ara yɛ dɛ anapa ebiaber eyimbir na wɔgyina hɔ mesrɛ binom so tafakyɛ wɔdze tabi ho na wɔn ho atɔkyema kakra ɔyɛ disabled na wɔdze mu sisi nkrakra menya no nti mehyɛ dɛ medzime wɔto fam mmiri bi megyina baabi ɔdɔkɔ hɔ baabi mohunu dɛ wɔdze moto pragea wode hɔ a na wɔafa no wɔdze ho no atenam na kyerɛ dɛ wɔaba adwuma wɔapono wɔrekɔ ne no mesrɛ ɛhɔ no nyimpa bi wɔdze ayɛ hɔn edwuma dɛ waka fa dam nkurɔfo no afi mmeammea nkura se na adze na wɔdze wɔn abɔ gu kurom na wɔdze wɔn sɛ sika mmara no mesrɛ ɔnhwɛ hɔ ma yɛn mɔtɔ dɛ baasa so yɛ maame gyanda ɔkasa na ɔka asɛm bi dɛm edu 16 years a na aw bɛ premature sɛ tafrakyɛ obi nye woba 16 years ɔnyɛ za ɔno mmara ntia na mmom sɛ odu 18 a ansa na ɔbɛtumi awar mapamakyɛw mibisa mmara no yɛhwɛ mu a in between 16 na 18 no sabi sɛ sɛ ɔyɛ awɔdze na ɔyɛ yie dza na mmara no ntum ka hwee mfa wo dza na kyerɛ dɛ ɔnyem so a ɔbɛyie anaa yɛ dɛm bia nti dɛm asɛm no a gender maame gender ɔreka no wɔma yɛn consider that until 18 no you should be still considered as a child bɛsi ma ɔbɛyɛ a mprɛwɔnyinsɛn no ɔbɛtum na wɔabrɛ ase afei nso mɛba nananom so hɛn dzo da eyi tum na okuta nananom no bi aka na nkakra ne rekeda abanum ekuru bi mpo a ɔno ɔhɔm kakra na mde ɔhɔ nananom so kakra ɔno yi dɛ mpo sɛ ɔhen ti ne fie na obi di mbrasɛm bi ma ɔto nsa frɛ no dɛ ɔmbra na obi sena asɛm a sɛ ɔpɛ a na ɔbɛba dɛm mbrɛ no mesrɛ ɛhɔ nkotee dze wɔma ɔyɛ ntamma hɛn dɛm tum no ɔma nananom ɔsan dɛ anyɛ bi koraa no yɛdze ahensɛm si nkyɛn a sɛbe ɔhen ɔyɛ panyin a sɛbe otu fa a ɔyɛ yie mɛda ho ase
Moso wafom Mohammed Muktari aya meye hen wazongo kepo zongo meye tribe of fun bari wahen at same time so my represent zongo hen wa American de itum a okita yan fun okofom o fom pa e sore na ayemfo yɛ otum paa sɛ yɛn fra nor kasa no riza asɛm wɔ fie a na ɔnyɛ agor kasa na ayemfo yɛ ntumi nka na ɔyɛ asasesam basendɛ yɛtum no kɔfom nti yɛsɛ dɛ kwana dam tumin na ɔbɛsan wɔaba ayemfo no yɛn nso yɛ asam so wɔanyɛ yɛ na ɛdze anya yɛ krata ɛdze aka ma aban no so ɔbɔboa ayemfo no ma yɛ bibia wɔ akɔyɛ yim. Today, be America about young Muslims. Article 111. Our some nature as a sum. Kwana yen obibra. Until what is the one show man. Obibra. I'm there, maybe the American or trader Yambia or Carter over send even armor one. Into a send one watch one man, but don't ask.
Or from an archer, the chief fisherman will keep Kusa. Ma Arahomopa will keep Kusa on a fishing ground. In Drubona Doso, Papa, a bestery, Messery, Cicera, Yaboko festival, or in there, you may be Ocean Sinchi will be boom. It's Messery, Papa, 1 million. Yeah.
Nananum honanuham yadasi. Prof. Chair, I believe you have a lot to answer to, and so kindly take it over. Oh, okay. So there's a final one. Please, let's allow her.
Yo, nananum na mpayim fa yeshiem wa. Omada kakra makanye de ofram na naraba kire kotokra ba kwen mada amena mohwe igwa owo igwa ha nyina do sa eba he ne gomugoma ye wo ezibane bia ye ton enhena oda no entroba wo hen banche wo hen moko wo hen azibia yaton wo yegom wo bia wo hen na kakra muhu wo tomatoes entroba imoko yesam panyim for there in the fertilizer don't do so ma is bana yezi first and sisi America say tomatoes for your association America say ye to the whole Ghana way to another Wakobakena Osada wokeshia omampanyina owoho osande afibia so a yekoboke na yekafa tomatoes ba. Obudu yisa time no December no inye tomatoes entroba enyama bebre wo yana Ghana ha. Osande oye season insuna ontonensi. Nso mmeke da musa no mamame. Odu yisa time a yefa tomatoes wa ha chiobodom akumada afrancho wawodam akase wo ho a wotum wode ye tomatoes in the dam ne nyina wetwam na ya tra ya koboken na ansa na ya kafa tomatoes aba na ye de sefa kafa aba ebra owom na sika ye tua ye sesa ye mfa Ghana sika nto na ye hwe mfaso a wonya the whole Ghana cast nyina ye koboken na ya kafa tomatoes ba yakafa moko yakafa ntroba ne sika woju fi ye nwono masama mpanyina wa abade obotum zenya megu akwem madam nya bane nyina sa yelutum ye dam se nyina ye yei ma yetum aye da medwuma na sika na baka ye ne manimu na ye ne mani ne mu mbesiamba mense wo benya adwuma ye se bakenda time do mbensiamba na wo the whole Ghana nwanyina wakoho na wakolo de nyama ne bi wakaye adwuma ne bi a wobenya sika ba ha abadense da yenkotum yede eyi ahozen na nyama ahyem wa Ghana na de adwuma ne nyina akam masimamu fa wa han wetumenya adwuma na sika na atena Ghana ye pa wane chewo enyaba pi lokodo fertilizer no doso say first and tomatoes yana enwudo obotum egu 3 days ende onsadam eza besisi ana wa apoto but bokinda nyama na yakafa ba no otumzi 1 week 2 weeks sakala say ne even the car ne sekwan mu pa enwuda nsumpo wom ma wa apoto na ochada ya achal car na say ya achal ansa na wa yensu ne mom yeza ye wo hei oguho be 2 days 3 days na nyina ala poto atoze kofie mpo na oya ahomasosam nti ya pa wane chew womma ekwafo na wo ye adwuma no wonye wona nkasa mahem na fertilizer onkofom no doso we adwuma m otodo biem dama na nanom wala kasa no ye waka bibi wo enwuda se ebegu egoma dama maka da na nanom no ye nyina ya wo ya amambre wo gom the politicians time no so na wo pede ye to aba ma wana wo baba gom wo bongu na nanom mo gide ye ye mo hone bia ye beye wo to aba na ewie na se wonya tum ne wie a wo pede wo to na nanom nyina agu na woze tum ne kita wonsem de aba na za ama hwan nti mo bo wo tum a woze ye bibiala ye kasa wonje ye anwomodo ye pede ye mo wo hu de osana ye wo ye mbre wo goma ya so kankafo nchimba ya ba ne yembuaze azibia ye pede ye nanso se onam da yazam bregu gonu munsi nyema bi wo hwa ye mpeda obesi nti se wayu de eye pegine dazana na bia na abofra no wa ye bone wo gom na se obaka kira wa yi aba na oto enye ne gom yenzi politics yeto abawie ye wie ni mom yaza mambra de yazi ye dwuma osande ye gina osaba ma doctor kwesi ata na name nda yaze embra ye dwuma wo egonu mu nti se eye bona osada embra nyi wuzi emma egu begonu mu ama echina politician bi wosoma na mo begoma enyimnyam na aka egu aman nti se what wa abamon na eba osada ehwedom ne nyina do ye pede wo ye na dam manyan ya to wa abade wie hwe igwamma ne nyina do kabia na akomato ne yem na nabi na abofra ba bi ya aze do okan na ensasa abla na na ho na nyina mbaka memfa wotum na walda mo ne hye wonsem de mo to na nabi na asem egu na mala maye ma onnam da wo de kitem nsem ya sawan woma ibumbla na nanom wo ho na nanom no wo de wona ne sefoma Oman bafane tampe fra na yakoye enyim man sidam.
Thank you very much. Prof Chair is full of smiles. I don't know whether it was the last one, but Prof, please take it away.
Okay, so our secretary has to leave for another program in Accra. I forgot to mention also that the two members of the committee who are not here in person with us, Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko Amidu and Mrs. Charlotte Osei, are actually been participating online, so they've also been sending us notes while we're having this meeting. Madam Moderator, thank you very much for moderating this conversation and bringing it to a successful close. We have taken copious notes. Just a couple of points. I think listening again to everything that is being said here, it's clear that the laws and institutions of this country have not developed to catch up with the evolution of the society. Secondly, I think so many of the laws that we have written are just on the books, they haven't seen implementation. And the third observation I would make is that we are not solving many of the problems of the country. Clearly, if we were solving the people's problems, most of the things we've heard here would not be matters that would have to wait for a constitution review committee to come. These are everyday issues that we should be resolving through the existing institutions, through our MPs, through our district assemblies. Certainly some of them, yes, we can elevate to the level of the Constitution and begin to fashion out a different arrangement around them. But so many of the things that we have spoken about today clearly speak to the ineffectiveness of many of the institutions that we have created, as well as the ineffectiveness, frankly speaking, of many of the elective and appointive positions and office holders that we have chosen. Some problems, clearly when you listen to the plight of the persons living with disabilities, it's a recurring theme everywhere we go. Actually, it looks like they are probably the most mobilized voice. Everywhere we have been to, from Bolgatanga to Cape Coast today, the issues of how we treat as a society and a state, how we treat persons who live with disabilities, that issue has been very, very eloquently expressed, and in ways that really clearly show that we have been very uncaring as a society, as a state, and that something needs to be done. There is a chapter in the Constitution, there is a whole Article 29 on rights of disabled persons. That's how it was written at the time. It would be useful to look again at that provision or those provisions and see what can be done to really enhance the protections, the legal and social protections for persons with disability. For example, under the Constitution, if there is a violation of your fundamental human right, it is up to you to take it to court, right? So Article 33 says, where a person's rights are violated, that person may take the matter to court, but it has to be in relation to that person. I think that it's possible, for example, to take a look at those provisions and allow third parties, advocates and champions who represent persons living with disability to step into their shoes and basically take their matter to court on their behalf. Constitutions like Kenya's and South Africa's have done that, so that you don't have to be the person suffering the deprivation for you to go to court or to go to the High Court. So some of those things we can look at. It's also become clear that so many times we pass laws that require for implementation that we enact LIs, legislative instruments. Many times we don't do that. One of the advocates, one of the mental health practitioners mentioned the time from passage of an act to the LI took like 7 years. So maybe we can put it somewhere in the Constitution that if you pass a law and there must be an LI that activates implementation, that the LI must be passed within X number of months after passage of the law. Some of those things we can do in the Constitution in order to ensure that we don't just pass laws and walk away from implementation because we have not passed the required regulations that must go with the law. And also, I think a number of issues around affirmative action, most of the time when we talk about affirmative action, it's only as to women. And even as to the women, it tends to be limited to appointing people to a certain number of seats or electing seats. So when you talked about the gender issue, there are really interesting points around gender mainstreaming. How do you mainstream questions of gender in all the policy making that you do, so that it's not just a matter of allocating seats to women, but actually making sure that policymakers, when they are making policies, any policy at all, any law at all, will think about how will it impact women, how will it impact persons with disability. If we think around those issues that way, and yes, you can put something in a law that says that, yes, when you are making policy, please factor in those considerations in the making of the law. So some of those things, I think, can be done. Currently, Parliament, for example, is required when it's making law to look at the fiscal impact, the economic impact that the law will create on the state. Similarly, you can look at the gender impact. How will it impact gender? How will it impact persons with disability? Those are some of the ways we can some of the recommendations we can look at. And then also the issue of money in our politics. That's become a very big issue. Campaign finance. Our politics is too costly. People are spending hundreds of millions of dollars, 200 million and over in presidential elections. Parliamentary elections, over 100,000, 200,000, sometimes, depending on the constituency, $500,000 just to win a seat. And obviously, once they win, they will find a way to recoup their money. So it's related to corruption. Not only corruption, but it also excludes a lot of women. Because if you look at the distribution of wealth in the country, if something requires a lot of money to do, it's mostly men who can do it. So it excludes women, it excludes the youth, it excludes persons with disability. It excludes the average middle class person, right? So we need to look at the issue of money in our politics. How much money should we allow in our politics? How do we regulate parties and the way they spend money and the amount of money they spend in our politics? Because if we don't regulate it, our democracy will be essentially an auction, where you are auctioning the seat or power to the person with the most money. That is not democracy, right? So I think there are interesting ideas that are coming up on how we can help to improve the situation. The issue of non-implementation of laws has come up everywhere. Maybe is it possible to give an incentive so that individual citizens can also go to court to enforce some of these laws and not just wait for an official to be the person who enforces the law. And if that person doesn't do it, then nobody does it, right? Maybe the laws that we pass must include a provision that gives a right of private cause of action to certain individuals in certain categories to go to court and enforce those kinds of laws on behalf of of the people as a whole. We do that in Article 2 of the Constitution in relation to the Constitution. But with statutes and other acts of parliament, we don't do those, we don't usually tend to operate that way. And I think it's something we can think about as we go on with this conversation. The issue of prescribing additional qualifications for members of parliament. Somebody said, well, if you are going to be a lawmaker, then you must know the law. Are you suggesting that we should only let lawyers be the ones who contest to become MPs? I'm not sure what it means to know the law. But there may be a point here in terms of some of the other offices, MMDC. If we start electing MMDCs, you are going to manage a district. You are going to control budgets. You are going to make budgets. You are going to do certain managerial things. Should we not require more than just the fact that you satisfy the qualifications to be an MP? These are some of the considerations that we're looking at when we get to electing MMDCs. The chief's issue, trust me, is a big issue. I think we have gotten to a point in our evolution as a country where we are moving to a point where the old arrangement between the political elites or the bureaucratic elites and the chiefs is no longer viable. It's no longer sustainable. We may have to go to a new arrangement where chiefs get a much bigger role in local government. But again, like electing MMDCs, how should we do it? There are a lot of issues when it comes to bringing chiefs into local administration. I know that without chiefs, certain local problems cannot be solved easily. Galamsey is one of those issues. When we met one of the former presidents, he was very clear that if we continue to exclude chiefs and local communities from arrangements around concessions and mining rights and those things, we shouldn't expect to solve the Galamsey problem. So it's very clear that we have to find a way to bring chiefs to the table, but also to bring local communities along with the chiefs to the table. And how should we do this? Concerns have been raised about chieftaincy disputes, and that even currently without so much power for chiefs, we have all kinds of chieftaincy disputes littered around the country. If you begin to empower chiefs, bring them to the decision-making table around minerals, will we be promoting more chieftaincy disputes and therefore creating more problems instead of curing problems? So that's one question. If there is, for example, you agree that whenever you bring a mining company into your district, the chiefs and the people must also give their consent, not just mineral commission, but the chiefs must give their consent. If there's a chieftaincy dispute, what happens? The project never goes on. I mean, should we wait? So I think there is also a responsibility on the part of the chieftaincy community to give us some clear indications. How do we go about this? The principle has been accepted generally that, yes, we need to include chiefs in the management of our natural resources. How do we do it so that we don't create more problems? How also do we ensure accountability? It is not easy to hold chiefs accountable. Politicians, we can vote them out. Chiefs, we don't vote for them. And the reason why, for example, we allow in these forums, we let chiefs speak last, is that sometimes in some places, when you let a chief speak first, everybody else will be quiet because they don't want to contradict the chief. It may not be so here, but in some places, if you allow the chief to speak first, everybody else will go quiet. So it means that the kind of social power that chiefs have is enormous. And if you are going to give them more power, legal power, you have to ask a question about accountability. How are we going to hold you accountable if you are now part of the decision-making around the sharing of natural resource revenue or any of these decisions? You cannot, once you give them the power, you can't now say that, hey, I'm your hand into Bisamushi. It's not possible now, right? So the moment you are giving a certain amount of power, a certain decision-making authority, a certain control over some resource, it might change the chieftaincy institution in terms of customary accountability. So these are some of the critical issues and the nuances that come with some of the proposals that we are looking at. You mentioned Queen Mothers being at the table. That is, in fact, one of the very first stakeholder engagements we did in Accra. I think the Queen Mother of Asante Mampong was present, and she was a very strong advocate for including Queen Mothers in the regional houses of chiefs and the National House of Chiefs. This is an issue we will pick up with the National House of Chiefs, where currently women are excluded. The difference is that those institutions were created by the state. They are not part of our customary law structure. Regional House of Chiefs, National House of Chiefs came to us from the colonial period, provisional houses of chiefs, joint provisional house of chiefs, and then we maintained them and changed their names after independence. So they are creatures of the state. So it's possible to say that as long as it's the state's institution, you must bring in the Queen Mothers. But traditional councils are not created by the Constitution as such, right? Those are part of the local level customary arrangements around chiefs. We cannot disturb that one, right? Because the Constitution says that chieftaincy is recognized as it exists by custom and usage. We cannot recreate that one. The only things we can say is we can recommend, okay, maybe admit the women into the National House of Chiefs or the Regional House of Chiefs, or create a new regional House of Queen Mothers or whatever, right? So again, those are some of the conversations. Some of them have responded. Not every place has a Queen Mother. Not every traditional ethnic group has a Queen Mother of the same kind the Akans have, for example. So these are all questions that are raised when we come up with these. The IGP's appointment of IGP, a lot of questions have been raised about that. Same way around Chief Justice, appointment of Chief Justice, CEOs of state enterprises. A lot of people don't like the fact that the president just gets to choose so many people. So some of the things you've said around security of tenure for the IGP. But could you also imagine a situation where you have an IGP who now very publicly is fighting the president? Law enforcement, law and order is one of the main functions of every government. If you cannot protect your citizens from crime, from violence, from those things, you're almost getting towards a failed state. So as a policy issue, every government has an interest in law enforcement. The question is the right balance. How should we do it so that the IGP doesn't become like a foot soldier or a politician? So those are the kinds of balances we need to make. But government will want to be interested in who is the IGP, by all means, right? But the question is, should we just let you just pick anybody just because they belong to your party, a lot of, because then they can't enforce the law when there's violence at Ayawaso or at Ablekuma North, and all of these things happening in our elections. They are all related to the security services and how they are chosen. So we are very much aware of these things. The question is, the solution is not very easy. So we have to balance a number of considerations. So if you see the report and you don't see a very neat solution to the problem, you have to appreciate that we have to balance a whole lot of considerations the way we are looking at it. Term limits for MPs have also come up. But why do you want to sack your MPs? You can vote them out, right? I mean, the reason presidents have term limits is that in the history of Africa or Ghana, we know that presidents who can stay forever can do a lot of harm, right? They can use incumbency to stay on and on and on. So we say, okay, no matter how good you are, leave after 2 terms. The issue that has come up in this exercise is the length of the term, not the number of terms. So some people are saying 4 years is too short. So when we met the presidents, Akufo-Addo, everybody would say, okay, so what do you think is the right number of years? And I think we asked President Mahama the same. Basically, 5 years, a little bit more than 4 years is what a lot of people think would be okay. But nobody wants more than 2 terms for a president. For MP, incumbency issues don't, of course they can, an MP doesn't have the same incumbency advantage as a president. So they can stay, but the people tend to vote them out anyway. People are very quick about disposing of MPs. So it's not really a big deal, right? One of the things that have come up on the campaign issue is that if we were able to restrict the campaign period, so in some countries, you go to Senegal, there is a fixed period when you can campaign. So, I mean, the last time we were in Dakar before the last elections, it was about a week or so to elections, not a single poster, not a single billboard of any candidate, because the campaign season had not been open. It's like Mpano, I mean, you have to open the sea before you can go to fish. Unless and until that season is open, nobody campaigns in the country, so that the government can have some peace to govern. In Ghana, the moment we finish election, the next one has started. So governments don't have enough time to even govern, right? Because they are always campaigning. But if we define a campaign period, say campaign period starts 3 months before elections, before general elections. Before that, no campaign. So keep it but modify it. Almost nobody says keep it the same way. People have problems with the Council of State. The way, especially some of the elected members are chosen, and these days they have even become violent. If you have a dignified body like a Council of State, the job of which is to advise the president, because this is like a dignified body, and you are getting to become a member through violence, it already undermines your effectiveness. The president doesn't even take you seriously. So the composition of the Council of State is an issue. Who should be on the Council of State? How should we choose them? From the regions. How should we choose the 16 members who come from the regions? Should we allow the president to pick a lot of the members, or should we let other bodies do it? Those are some of the things. And then some want a second chamber. A second chamber is like another parliament that also does lawmaking in addition to other things. Some want us to go in that direction. Others just want us to keep the Council of State but add more functions. Maybe they can vet the independent constitutional office holders. Maybe if you make them more independent, they can be the ones who are in charge of removal, so that you take the president out of Article 146 and all of those things. So there are a lot of different things that your compatriots from other places are saying, and you have echoed most of them here. And I really think that what we are getting is that Ghanaians are ready for change. The term of office of the president was mentioned the first time in terms of immunity. This is a very interesting proposal. Somebody doesn't want, so currently, if you are president, you cannot be prosecuted while you are president. When you leave office, 3 years after you leave office, if you did anything wrong, criminally wrong while you are in office, you are allowed 3 years for prosecution to be brought against you. If you are succeeded by your own party, vice president or some other party, you know that 3 years will not happen. So there is one person saying we should remove the 3-year limit so that if it's a crime, there's no limit. You can be prosecuted anytime, right? In France, I think President Sarkozy, who left office a long time ago, is currently being prosecuted for corruption, convicted. So that's what one person is saying. Another person, I think one of the law students, is also saying that while you are in office as president, we should be able to prosecute you. The question is, who is going to prosecute you? You appoint the Attorney General. You can fire the Attorney General, right? So I think that a proposal like that should also be linked with the Attorney General's office in terms of monopoly of prosecution. You cannot have what you are recommending, while we still have an attorney general who is in charge of prosecution appointed by the president. So these are some of the nuances that we have to balance when we have to address these issues. The issue about basic education starting from nursery, I think it's an interesting one. Clearly, our basic schools have been neglected. The primary schools, we all went to regular Saito. These days, we can't go to Saito. You can't even send your child to Saito because you think that you are punishing them. But most of us all went to Saito in those days, right? So the issue of the failure of preschool, nursery, and all of those things is one that comes up. How should we define basic education? Should we start it from nursery, right? And then it goes all the way to secondary. In other words, you are asking that we should constitutionalize free SHS, more or less. Now that we are already there, the Constitution currently says progressively we get there. Now we are there already, so maybe we should take the progressive away and say that we have free SHS now. It's a right that everybody must have. So these are all things that I think we definitely will take on board. And we have all taken notes. The use of local language. On this committee, Prof. Sakakari is like our champion for the use of local languages. But instead of starting from the top down, maybe the example, as Nana said, in some of the palaces, they do all their business in the local language. Maybe if you set the example there, if we then go to district assemblies, and you say in the district assembly in this local area, you must use the language of the area. And then I understand that Speaker Bagbin is thinking about introducing local language in Parliament. So we can then go in that order, from Ahimfie to District Assembly to Parliament. Then it goes to schools and then to media. These things can be done, right? There's a commitment in the Constitution that the state shall help the development of local languages. We just need a policy, a language policy, to make sure that that happens. And I think this is where, as Professor Kakari rightfully said, the chiefs, as a lobby group, as a collective group, should add your voices, to this cause, so that we really preserve our culture and our language and those things. So I think we have spent enough time today. We've gone over our time. We started late, but we've still been able to touch a lot of issues. Unless any one of my members has some concluding remark to make, I think we'll just thank all of you for, if I didn't respond specifically to a particular point, we've taken the notes still. We will reflect on this when we are done with, so our last engagement will be with the National House of Chiefs and then in Accra with the Council of State. Then we will go in-house as a committee and begin to deliberate on all the things we have gathered. Then we begin to work on our report. And as the Secretary said initially, I think we can't promise, right? But we are almost certain that this process will end the process we began in 2010. This report is not going to remain on the shelves. In light of day, action will happen, but it also depends on you, because this is a political process. When we are done, it goes to Parliament. Then we will go to Parliament to defend some of what we have said. But because it's in Parliament, it's you. It's the people who elected these MPs. Some of the things we want to change, they may not like it. In fact, when we went to see the president, and because media is there, this is not confidential, he said, look, some of the things I want, some of my ministers or MPs sitting here may not want, right? So even the president may not be able to guarantee, because one interesting provision in the Constitution is that on voting for constitutional amendment is by secret ballot. So you cannot know what the MP is voting for. So that is a tricky provision, which means that if we don't put pressure for some of the changes that we are proposing to happen, it may not happen. Then you can't blame us or you can't blame anybody but yourselves. Because I think power belongs to the people in a democracy. So far, it hasn't worked that way. We have allowed a few people to hijack the power, the political parties to hijack the power, but it's also our fault. So if you want to see the changes that you are proposing to become part of the supreme law of the land, you have to make your voices heard when the report gets to Parliament. That's when you must mobilize. Then we can support you as advocates and go on the media and discuss the proposals and defend them. But if you leave it to us alone to deal with the politicians, it may not necessarily happen that way. So I will just appeal to you to show the same interest you have shown by coming to these forums, to stay engaged in the process, because that is how you are going to make change. You know, the country needs to be better governed. We have to be better developed as a country. We have peace, we have stability. These are important ingredients for development. We have to do better than we are doing. So I appeal to you to stay engaged. Thank you for the interest you have shown, but please don't let it die the same way it dies after we go to elections and we elect people and we go to sleep. Let us stay engaged. Let us stay engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. You can see there's been a true representation of people, you know, loved ones, people who want to see change reviewed in our constitution, spanning from Nananom, Nyamintu Onunkum Yadasi Papa, our market queens, the security services, students, heads of various institutions, MMDCs, those who traveled from their municipalities and districts just to be here and be part of this one. And friends from the media, thank you so much as always, fishermen and the clergy. And so we want to say a very big thank you once again for your time. It's almost 4 p.m. We have dedicated the whole day for the Constitutional Review Committee because we want to see a difference. And so we are thankful for your time today. Before we go, please be reminded that there's a lunch pack for everyone. So you use the gates that you took. Civic education, NCC, I believe they knocked on your doors and you showed up. So thank you. Thank you to Madam Mercy and the rest of the team. I thought also Dr. Reina Akumperiga, who is a member and secretary, Justice Sophia O.A. Edinyira. Thank you so much, Mommy. Of course, you didn't see Charlotte A. Kesson Smith or say Esquire. She's Cape Coast's very own. She wasn't here today, but she promises to be at any other function that she has to be. Dr. ACE Ansa is a member. We also say thank you to you. Professor Kwame Kakari is a member. Thank you, Prof. Alhaji Ibrahim Tankwa Midi, we didn't also see him here. And Dr. Godwin Jokoto. So thank you very much to the team and hope to see you soon. Right.